Okay, we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome to Friday. We're in... I almost said Vanguard. We're in Pantheon. Uh, one of our guildmates is going to give us a hand with a quest here, so I think for the first bit of the stream, it's probably going to be a while, we're going to work on what's known as the map quest. If I can find my way in the dark. I don't get that everywhere, but I do get it in Thronefest whenever I'm near like a mountainside or a cliffside. I get that sound. I was making a comment about that a couple days ago. I don't know what they did, but that's new to me. It seems weird. Okay, that's the Dark Agent, so that's the town. Hey Rory. I adjusted both the game settings and my PC settings to vibe together, and now the game works perfectly. Here's to a great stream. Go Chiefs. Just to both the game settings and PC settings. What PC settings did you change? If you don't mind me asking. Okay, that's the town. I swear they moved that lamp, because I don't recall seeing that lamp from all the way back over there before. Okay, and we're going to go out this side because we're going to run to Throne fast. Going to run through some people and probably get hit with a bunch of tells. People like, hey man, what's going on? What are you up to? I'm running through Demeth right now. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. Where I gotta get my bearings. Dude, this change with the nighttime is crazy. Okay. Am I supposed to be out on the deck here where Art Bravado Songweaver is? Yeah, somebody might have looted it. I don't know what I'm looking for. Looking for something to spawn either on the railing or on the ground. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll stay up here until you get the Demeth or whatever, and then we'll head out. Okay, that's cool. Alright, chat, we are going to chill here for a few minutes and wait for a ground spawn or a railing spawn or some kind of spawn or something. We still have the headache. It's the same as it was yesterday, so it hasn't gotten worse. The head still hurts a bit. I'm not going to throw Concern to the Wind as of yet. Or I'm not going to focus on it as of yet. We'll see how tonight into tomorrow goes. Yeah. That's about it. Other than that, not much else going on. I don't know where this thing is supposed to spawn. I'd need to know the name of the quest. I'm gonna say I must have done it because I'm looking in my quest journal right now and I don't see it, and I've done quite a few quests. I'm on Delivering Justice. I have to kill 4 Gadai outlaws. Ah, okay. Gotcha. You've got the first step where you gotta kill the bandits? Okay, that one I did. I did that down off the bridge. Yes. Yeah. We've been here twice before and we were unlucky getting the spawn. So, we're gonna wait here for like 10 more minutes just to see if it spawns. Do you do you remember when you looted the map fragment out here what side of the patio deck it was on? Like facing out, like if you come out onto the deck, was it to the right where the NPC is standing or to the left? Do you know? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Gotcha. If the light seems off, like it's foggy, go to where you can see B but barely, then adjust your PC to match those values. Oh, gotcha. Did I shovel today? No, I didn't shovel today. It actually went up into the positives. I think it went to like 2 degrees or 3 degrees, and it melted what was left on the driveway. But when I got home, I had salt all over my driveway, so I assume my neighbor must have salted my driveway. They didn't need to do that, but that was pretty cool of them. They weren't home when I got home, but I'll have to go over and thank them tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Exciting time, man. Exciting time. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the neighbor did what they did today, but I'm pretty sure they're the reason that well, that's neither here nor there, but I think some snow may have wound up on my property that shouldn't have been put on my property, and uh after I had cleared my property, I was under the impression that my driveway was cleared. It was not, and stuff froze over, and I didn't know. Anyways, it was a problem. Yeah, yeah, for sure. There's been quite a few, surprisingly, which is pretty good. We need as many people as possible to buy into this, man. They need more support so they can get more people. Yeah, yeah. This guy's little snags in the carpet that people come, probably spend an unnecessarily amount of time on. I don't know who would build a deck like this with 3 pieces. This is this, I don't know. I don't know if whoever was designing this just decided to say, you know what, we're going to leave a gap here, we're going to leave a gap here, we're going to leave a gap here, but we're going to connect the 2 pieces down here, and they're going to be uneven, and we're going to have one shaft here longer than the other. And while we're at it, let's just do the same thing on the other side. Like, like, yeah, somebody was pretty intoxicated when they built this. That's all I'm saying. I've never I've watched like America's Worst Driver. I've watched America's Worst Builder. All that nonsense reality stuff. I've never seen this before, so it's interesting. They were hoping you would not have noticed, right? I mean, technically, with that not secured, any person standing here who would say lose their balance due to being intoxicated would clearly go over the side of this railing, or this railing would just break off. Like you have to connect this. This is not enough. I don't know if you guys are into building. This is not enough. This is not going to hold this railing up if somebody leans on it. It's going to push over on this end. What else is shoddy about this place? Those windows? Those are windows. That's weird. Okay, sure, whatever. So I've got 8 chapters out of the 11 chapters of my current book done. So they're done. I finished recording it. I did the eighth chapter just before I started stream. So hopefully tomorrow I should have 9, 10, and hopefully 11 done, and I should be done the project tomorrow. I have till next week, but I probably should have had it done days ago. I am, but I don't have any of the dropped recipes for tier 3. What? Yeah, yeah. No, no, those are, I believe those are recipes I haven't. I'm glad you just said that because I forgot to go pick them up, but I think I can pick them up off the weaponsmith vendor. I didn't realize they were a 32 rating. Okay, room. I have a lot of good friends from Canada, province originally from Nova Scotia on the East Coast. Bit of Nova Scotia, bit of Newfoundland, bit of New Brunswick, the Maritime provinces. For the harvest, for the gathering tools? That's true. That's true. Come on, fragment. Okay. That's right, moonseed oil. I can do that. If you have them, I can do that. You just need those and water. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been doing. You're talking to somebody who's played 4 warriors. I'm crossing my fingers hoping this fragment drops. Or pops, I should say. Agree with what I said? Yeah, yeah. The guildie that's talking to me right now, it's going to help me out with this quest, was just saying that they'd started a warrior recently, and they were surprised with the fact that the warrior could tank and do some DPS, and I was like, yeah, that's what I've been saying. I've been saying that for a long time. I mean, we're not awesome at it, but we're pretty good. How we doing on schematic recipes? My bag's still full, right? One spot. Welcome back, man. What are you working on right now? You doing dailies or just waiting for the reset? Okay, gotcha. My audio is... Why is my audio all messed up? Weird. Yeah, we have one empty slot. I need to make more inventory. Man, the schematics bag needs to be bigger. I can't believe I just said that, but I said it. It needs to be bigger. We still have recipes sitting in the bank that we can't even take out because they don't fit in the bag. I have to keep taking stuff out, putting stuff in. Taking stuff out, putting stuff in. Grr. And I've gotten rid of, I think, most of the tier 1 and tier 2 stuff. If you're in a big group and tier 3 schematics are found, do you roll for it? No, no. Typically, there's somebody who runs around and manages to get the box and they loot the thing, and that's it. Sometimes, if a gear item drops, they'll say if anybody wants it, roll on it. What's that? Nope. You might have some kind of overlay turned on, possibly. I don't see anybody. Oh, but then again, I'm talking to you on a different system. I use 2 PCs. I have one that I game on and one that I run the stream on. So I guess I wouldn't be the one to ask, but that's pretty cool. That's usually an overlay. Normally, like, I don't know much about Discord, but with older programs like Ventrilo and TeamSpeak, they had overlays that you could actually incorporate into your game that you were playing, so that you always had icons up and you could see when somebody was keyed up and talking. Yeah, I didn't think this game had built-in overlay. The ninja looting, yeah, it happens, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. People are more concerned about getting the stuff out of the box than they are, the group experience. there's higher level, higher level players have a tendency to run through low level zones to loot all the boxes because they don't get aggro. So a group could be clearing to a box that's 20 feet away, and someone who's higher will run in, grab the box, and take off. Like it happens. They need to get schematics off the boxes. They got to find some other way. They got to put them on enemies. They got to force you to. They got to force everybody to do something to get them. So I think putting them on monsters, is probably the best bet because then everybody has to kill stuff in order. Everybody, no matter your level, has to kill stuff to get stuff. Plat and Mithril is active now. Make sure you get yours. Oh, Plat. Yeah, no, we don't. We have some Plat. We don't have Mithril. We're not there yet. We already have Plat. We got 6 Plat currently. I don't really buy anything. Okay, man. Crossing my fingers. I don't know. Yeah, Paper's been MIA for a few nights. He was here last night, for a bit, but he's been MIA. He's kind of he doesn't want to level his character past the current content. Like I'm kind of in the same boat he is. We're kind of thinking we want to save our characters' levels to go through content when they start coming out with the tier 3 stuff, rather than already have these guys go to 40 and then have to worry about leveling up other tunes, because I don't want to be 40 going through level 30 content. I'd rather be 32 going through level 30 content or tier 3 content just to get the experience down, right? Yeah, I think I have 6 characters on the character screen. I've only played, I think, one of them. No, I think I played the Necromancer a bit. My next tune, I think, is going to be a Paladin. I need to understand how the other 2 tanks work. So I'll do a Paladin, and then if we don't have tier 3 content by then, I'll probably switch to the Dire Lord, and that way I'll get them all to around tier 3, and that way when tier 3 content comes out, I'm not ahead or behind. That yeah. Okay, gotcha. Bum, 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 bum. Come on, Fragment. Come on, Fragment. Don't be like ours. Yeah. Yeah, they won't throw in any more until we have more land mass to explore, I don't think. I think they just want enough to get people to the other side of the continent. So you can either go to Wild's End and explore EP and SP, or you can come over to Thronefast and explore, I guess AVP and SP. Oh, for druids. Yeah, there's already a look over in, I want to say it's Wild's End or it might be Eastern Plains, but there's already an area that kind of looks like druid rings from EQ. So people believe that's going to be the druid porting place, possibly, but we don't know yet. Hey, Uber, did we get any hotfixes today? Not that I know of. I didn't download anything when I started the client. There was no change to the patch notes, so we're just going to cross our fingers and hope the game doesn't kick us out half a dozen times. What game will you play if you max out at 40? Whew, good question. So here's what I'm thinking. I've been doing Pantheon for 2 years now. I plan on leveling a paladin. I'm assuming I'm going to be able to get another tank up to 30 before we start seeing tier 3 content. I assume that's going to be a thing. I assume we're a month, maybe 2 months out from seeing that stuff. Uh, with that said, I know I'm going to take a few days, probably at the end of February, beginning of March, for Monster Hunter Wilds. I was gifted Monster Hunter Wilds for the holidays, so I'm going to jump in and see what that's about. I really enjoyed the short amount of time I spent in Monster Hunter World, I believe it was. Then I picked up Monster Hunter Rise, but I never got to play Monster Hunter Rise. And then, like I said, with Monster Hunter, what I call it, Wilds, whatever's coming out the end of the month, I'll probably spend a few days on that. I don't think there'll be anything important going on with Pantheon at the time, anyways. So I'll do that just to dabble around, try something different, and then we'll jump back into Pantheon and do some stuff. I mean, the main focus is Pantheon. You know, I want to try and do as much research as possible, or testing as possible with the tanking. But if I do get to a point where there's no point in progressing the characters any further because the content's not there, we'll probably be in Monster Hunter, I would think. Maybe. I'm not going to say that yet because we haven't jumped in. I need to jump in and play it and see if I'm going to get down with it, I guess. Do a cleric, it's way better than a paladin. Yeah, no, yeah. I know, but a cleric's not a tank though. I got to get all three tanks first. Once I get the three tanks, then we'll look at other classes. But I need paladin, I need dire lord. And before anybody says monk, the monk will not be as tanky in the future as it is right now. So if you play a monk right now, you better enjoy it, because it won't last. That's that's true. A cleric can wear plate, yes. And a cleric can wear a shield. That's also true. According to VR, a cleric is not by definition a tank. So that's the best bubble. Welcome back. Yeah, I know. I'm only gonna give it. What time is it now? Uh, yeah, I'll give it like another 10 minutes, and if it's not up in 10 minutes, we'll move on. I don't want to be sitting here for the next hour. I can come back. It's not like we have to get them in order either, right? We are waiting for a spawn, and it's not spawning. So we're gonna move on in a few minutes, and come back at a later time. I don't know what other games are coming out. I mean, Kingdom Come Deliverance is out, but I feel like that's gonna be like a 100-hour playthrough. I loved our playthrough through the first one. I really enjoyed it. And I hear Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is pretty good right now. You notice a lot of the pathing has changed? Wait a minute. Well, what pathing? That's interesting, man. I have no idea. It's got to be something with Discord. On the mobs in the game. In this game, you've seen changes to pathing? Could you give me an example? Like what to look for? You're at the Orcs and AVP. The grouping and routes of the mobs have changed. Oh, interesting. Maybe somebody went in and just did a repathing or a redesign. Everything looks clearer to me. Like my character's armor looks better. Yeah, the lighting is a bit weird. Climb up to the top of Hangor and run around about halfway, and then stop, look at the sun, and move your camera all around, and you'll see you'll see the light do a whole lot of funky things. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The sun looks really good. They despawn quicker. They're close to the rocks and the boulders when running through. You mean like the iron mineral, like the harvestable? I can make the blood temper. I just need the mushrooms. I don't have the mushroom. I have everything else. I just don't have the mushrooms for it. Yeah, yeah. I believe so. My issue is I'm a wide load. So so when I try and go through those hallways, man, it is so difficult to dance around cripplings. Just so you can move around. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It is. Trust me. Well, my paladin is human and my dire lord is halfling. So, I chose two small races. Come on, Spawn. So for those who don't know, we're working on what is called the map quest, or the map fragments quest. We need to find 5 fragments. We found the first one. Now we're tasked to go find the other 4. There are a couple that are spawns, and there are a couple that are looted off of kills. So we thought maybe we'd get myself this one before moving on to the ones that we have to kill for. But if this doesn't spawn in the next 5 or 6 minutes, we'll go and try and get the other fragments off the kill targets, and then I'll just check back at a later time. But apparently the reward is pretty decent. Right. Did you notice if your hairstyle has changed? Did you take your helmet off since Unity 6 and look at your hair? Mine's changed. A number of us noticed last night that our characters look different. Oh, okay. Yeah, see? That you looted a mastery shard from a bear last night? What's a mastery shard? Hey, have you ever heard of a mastery shard? What's a mastery shard? I got a viewer that just told me they looted a mastery shard off a bear. Oh, I think you need to collect a number of them, Rory, and then you can combine them into a mastery point. Like the mastery point system that goes to your skills. Over here, the mastery tab. What's that? Yeah. I did. Yeah, like right now at level 32, we have 122 mastery points that we can't use. That's a good question. I haven't taken mine off yet since I logged in, so I'll leave it on and you can let me know. It's not EA? No, mastery points are turned off right now. We can't do anything with mastery points at the moment. Mastery points used to be turned on, but when they started turning on like stats, allowing stats to calculate into the game, characters started doing a lot more damage with the mastery points, so they turned the mastery points off in order to gear down the damage so they could better parse damage for when they turn mastery points back on again. So for right now, mastery points are turned off. I would hold on to all the mastery shards and just put them in the bank. I did not. I know the camp, and I stood there for I don't know, might have been an hour killing that placeholder on the bench a couple times, but I never saw the named. Oh, they're, they're not unique? Oh, gotcha. No. Keep Yeah, no. Keep your earrings on your alt. That's cool. I mean, 18 it's probably not a big thing. It's just they're my 2 empty slots besides the relics, so I was like, I should get some earrings. Wouldn't it be funny if I was sitting where the thing spawns? It'd be hilarious. Okay. But yeah, definitely take your mastery shards and put them in the bank. Do not get rid of them. Don't go around selling them if they're sellable. What time is it? How long we been sitting here? Well, we got a few more minutes. Nope, that's intentional. I'm guessing that's just the way they had it planned. They didn't have it planned so that you could just click the whole rectangle itself. It's just meant to be segmented the way it is. I mean, it's truth be told, it's no big deal. I mean, I've been clicking the rectangle for the last 2 years. I'm okay clicking the icon. No, interesting. Why is the utility bar? Why are they not labeled anything other than instant? I don't have Smash up here. Hmm. Okay, wait. So pulverize is target below 25% health, gain confidence, which reduces incoming physical damage. Meh. The enemy with your weapon, dealing damage and causing disempower. Reducing their outgoing physical. Okay, that's important. Dealing damage and stunning with less than 20% health. I mean, it's good for damage, and I guess the stun would be good to keep him from running, but we have closed the gap. Hmm. With more than 70% health, reducing their healing. Disempower on targets with less than 40. We get confidence on less than 25. Maybe we don't really use pulverize, so we should be able to put smash up there. Huh. Yeah, let's do that. So we open with smash, then we can jump over it. Well, that's at 40%, and that's at the run. So we go 70, 40, 20, then when they start running, jump. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. We'll see how that goes. Has anyone on your server collected 4 mastery shards? Is it 4? I have no idea. I'm not seeing anything in the options. Oh, that's not going to show for me with the game because it's on the other PC. Yeah. So I'm talking to you from a different PC than what I'm playing the game on. If I had them on the same system, maybe I would have the same thing you have. But I can't see that right now because I don't have Discord on the gaming PC. Yeah, it's every now and then your internet connection or like my connection to Twitch or YouTube will get interrupted, and if everything is running off of the one system, then you end up losing the stream every time like a game crashes out or whatnot. So to try and control that for when games crash and to keep the stream up, I run the stream on a separate system and then the game on another system, and that way if the game happens to crash, the stream doesn't come down. A lot of times when a game crashes, right, it takes your whole system. So you have to task manager, go in and find it, end task, or possibly reboot your system. If a game crashed like this game during testing, I'd lose my stream. Well, last night I would have lost my stream 3 times. There's no point in streaming, losing your stream, and then starting again, and then losing your stream and starting again. You just give up. Yeah, that's an overlay feature that's part of Discord. I see that when I watch certain streamers that all hang out together. They'll hang out together and someone will have their Discord screen up and you'll see the little icons down at the bottom for each of the people. And every time they talk, their perspective icon will light up, or will, like, the border will light up. I don't think he's that familiar with Discord. It could have been with the Discord update. Anytime you start Discord, the first screen that pops up is always saying something like running updates 1 of 15 or 1 of 20. Okay, I just got the map fragment. Right on. Alright, so now I'm going to Throne Fast. Okay. Oh, you should have let me know you were in zone. I would have sent you an invite. I thought you were still waiting on Throne Fast. The only thing I heard was Throne, because I thought we were going to climb for that Drogue guy. Now see, that shadowing there, I don't think, like, I think that's weird. See, shadows running there. There must be a bubble around your character? No, right? Yeah, see? Shadow just added up there. Shadow's adding there, there, and down there. Interesting. Interesting. Difficult question. What is your favorite movie of all time? Oh, yikes. Dude, you're talking to someone who has seen a lot of movies. I can tell you right now, gun to my head, the first movie that comes to mind is The Usual Suspects. And anytime anybody's asked me my favorite movie of all time, I'll always say there's a few, but The Usual Suspects. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't notice that till just now. It's like a darker Braveheart. Hey, Braveheart's phenomenal. But the reason mine is The Usual Suspects is because I liked the majority of the casting when I first got the movie, when it first came out. And I remember watching it. I was watching it at home because it was on video at the time. I got to the end of the movie. I won't ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen it. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend going and watching this movie. But I watched this movie. I stood okay, so I have okay, just give me 1 second. So, I have this one rule, okay? This is my rule. Any movie, we're talking about movies, any movie that gets a reaction out of me is a win. Whether I hate it, whether I get mad, whether I'm happy, whether I'm excited, whether I'm depressed, it doesn't matter. If I watch a movie and I react to that movie, it's a phenomenal movie, period. The Usual Suspects. I was sitting on the couch. I was laid back. I was relaxed. I was snacking. I was watching a movie. I was off from my day at work. I got to the end of the movie. I yelled, "Shut up," and stood up off the couch like I was going to punch my TV because I wasn't paying attention and I didn't know how that movie was going to end. And it was the greatest singular moment ever because I didn't want the movie to end. I didn't have the slightest idea why it ended the way it did, but then it dawned on me 5 seconds later after paying attention, and I was like, that's the greatest movie I've ever seen. So for me personally, The Usual Suspects. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom is also one of my favorites. Just because I like the adventure of it. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Empire Strikes Back. Star Trek The Wrath of Khan. Sleeping with the Enemy. Police Academy 1, 2, 4, and 6, I think. Yeah. Weekend at Bernie's. Ski School. Willow. Labyrinth. Never-Ending Story. Muppets Christmas Carol. Ernest Saves Christmas. Dude, so many movies. Gremlins, Back to the Future. The first Mission Impossible, because it made me realize what Tom Cruise could do with the franchise. So many movies. So many movies. Okay, I'm ready. Lead on. I got into a movie conversation with my chat when someone was asking me what my favorite movie of all time was. I have a fair number of them, but the first one that comes to mind, gun to my head, is a movie called The Usual Suspects. I was just telling them, the reason being is because I was clueless as to how it ended, and I was sitting in my basement on the couch watching the movie. I got an entertainment system, like a whole mini theater type setup downstairs, and I was watching the movie when it first came out on video, and I didn't know about the ending, and I stood up and I was so mad at the movie because A, it was ending before I wanted it, and B, I had no clue, and it was the most brilliant ending ever because it took me an extra 5 to 15 seconds to realize what had happened. Like, dude, Usual Suspects is fantastic. So yeah, there you go, chat. If you haven't seen it, Usual Suspects. Might be you. I haven't noticed. Is this who we need? This Pharaoh guy? We'll get this guy out of the way. Braveheart was fantastic, man. I remember being in the theater for Braveheart, and I remember when he was giving his speech towards the end. Dude, this speech was epic. The whole never take our freedom. The theater was excited as it was wild. Another favorite movie of all time, The Grudge, and the remake. The original was good, but the remake with Sarah Michelle Gellar, specifically. And the reason for that is what I said earlier about the reaction. We were in a full theater. It was packed. I was there with 4 of my friends. These are meatheads. I'm talking go to the gym, 240 to 280 pounds, all muscle, eat, breathe, crap, protein. They were gym rats through and through. Big meatheads. And we went to this movie, and every single person in the theater reacted the exact same way at every single scene where you were supposed to react. And it was the greatest experience I believe the five of us ever had in a movie theater. It was wild. People were giggling and pointing at each other. Strangers were laughing. They couldn't believe they were all jumping and hooting at the same time. So The Grudge for sure. That I will never forget that experience. That was so much fun. Oh man. I remember going to see Sleeping with the Enemy. For those who don't know, this is an older movie. We're going back to the 90s with Julia Roberts. She played an individual that was married to somebody with a really bad case of OCD. And there was a sequence where she opens up her kitchen cupboards and all of her cans and jars and everything are all lined up. They're all stacked properly. And she realized that the individual was in her house. So she's going around the house, and of course they make it right thrillery because it's right quiet. As she goes to certain places, she'll check a room, and the camera will move really fast as if to go boo. But there was a part where she went to her utility closet, where she has her mop and broom and whatnot, and she grabs hold of the handle, and the whole theater's prepared for it. And just before she pulls the handle, some guy in back of the theater yells, "Boo!" And everybody jumped. And my buddy sitting next to me threw his popcorn and pop in the air, and it went over everybody in the 3 rows. It was not a good time for everybody but him. It was so many people wore his popcorn. So many people. He just threw shit in the air like it was nothing. Oh, it was funny. It was so funny. Oh, remembering that. That was fantastic. He just launched it. He yelled, I guess you could call it screamed, and just threw his stuff in the air. And the guy in the back and half the theater were laughing at him. And he just covered everybody with salt, butter, and whatever he was drinking. Oh my. Oh, memories. All right, there's fragment number 2. Oh yeah, it's a good idea. He doesn't have one. Okay, so now we're off to the Throne Fest. Yep, we can do that. Avelia. You'll take top 20. Your favorite anime is Ninja Scroll. Oh, Ninja Scroll. Dude, I watched Ninja Scroll. So, man, for those who might not have been around back in the day, anime was very rare. It was almost like marijuana. You know, it was highly sought after, almost non-existent in North America. The only way to get it was if you knew somebody who had imported it specifically from Japan or what have you. You couldn't buy it locally. And I had I don't know if I'd call him a friend. I'll call him an acquaintance. He was a friend to a friend of mine. And we used to go over to their house on the weekends, just for like house parties and whatnot. And he didn't really take part in the social aspect. It wasn't his thing. He was all about watching his anime. He had everything. He had everything before anybody else had anything. And one of the movies that he had was Ninja Scroll. And I remember the Friday night we went over, we'd been drinking. I think we were doing, what were we doing? I want to say we were doing what we call Colorado Mother Tuckers. I think is what it was called. Yeah, CMTs I think is what they were called. And we were in the bag. We were in the bag something fierce. And I'm not somebody who drinks often. So I remember we walked down to his room because he was watching something and there I don't know if it was a song or I don't know if it was a fight sequence, but there was something that drew us down the hall. And I remember stepping into the room and he was watching the first Street Fighter movie, the animated one. And we were like, "What are you watching? It looks like Street Fighter." And he's like, "Yeah, Street Fighter." I said, "Street Fighter's got a movie?" So we started talking about all this anime stuff. He went all wizard on me. And then I saw the VHS tape called Ninja Scroll. And I said, "What's Ninja Scroll?" He's like, "You haven't seen Ninja Scroll?" I said, "Dude, I haven't seen any of this. I don't even know what you're showing me." He's like, "Oh." He's like, "Well, let me put it in." So he stopped the Street Fighter. He put the Ninja Scroll in and we started watching it. And I was like, "Holy Toledo. This thing is violent as hell." I was like, "What is this?" So then I got turned on to a movie called Crying Freeman. So Ninja Scroll and Crying Freeman probably are two of my favorite animes, I think. From the Rabbit, no. But yeah, Ninja Scroll was crazy. What was the other? There was another series that I really enjoyed. Basilisk, I think it was called. Another one of my favorite animes is Black Lagoon. And I'm really sad because they never made another season. I think Black Lagoon had one season or two seasons, and then I think something happened and it stopped, or they stopped production. And I was sad because Black Lagoon was hilarious. It's about a guy who inadvertently gets drawn into a weapon dealer team. Anyways, it's just a bunch of nonsense, but it was so good. So good. I'm not somebody who's into the whole, what is it everybody's watching now? One Piece and, what's the dude with the headband? Uh, uh, Shoot, not Navi. Naruto, I think it's called. That kind of stuff. Not really my thing. I mean, I was into Dragon Ball when Dragon Ball first came out. And Ranma wasn't my thing either. Or Ranma half, whatever it was called. I've seen so much stuff, it's ridiculous. I can spin your head with all the anime I've seen. Record of Lotus War, that was a pretty awesome saga. I really enjoyed Record of Lotus War. It was like the first real big epic for animation. What was it, like 9 episodes? Nine movies? 9 episodes? I can't remember. Something like that. There was Appleseed. Appleseed was pretty cool. Robotech, of course. Ultraman. There's a reference. Starjammers. Anybody watch Voltron back in the day? You guys see they're doing a live-action Voltron? I believe Henry Cavill's in it. I'm guessing he's going to be playing Black Lion. I would think. Am I getting too nerdy for you guys? I might be getting too nerdy for you guys. You guys, you guys be like, "What's this guy on? Play Pantheon, damn it. Stop yapping." Berserk. Oh, don't you be. Come on, Guts Rage. Of course, you got guts in your name. Of course, you would say Berserk is the best anime. You haven't got the guts to say otherwise. Yeah, man, I miss that stuff. That guy used to get all the imports, man. Almost every weekend when we would go over to hang out, he would have a dozen or so new movies, all anime, all of it. He had them all ripped on VHS. He had one of those beds that had the three drawers down at the bottom, and if you pulled open all three drawers, it was non-stop VHS tapes, all of it. And it was every tape was full and had half a dozen different things on it. It's actually up. I just got it. That's another one. Fantastic. Now we're off to visit the Goblin of Oz. Yeah, man. Man, I watched a whole bunch of anime back in the day. Like you guys that are into the whole Naruto, One Piece, that you guys don't know nothing if you haven't seen anime from like 15 years ago. Anime was wild. Anime's like primetime TV over in Japan. Anime is everything. Anime is like regular TV. They've got action, horror, romance, comedy, sci-fi, adventure, action, whatever. Sagas, franchises, seasoned TV shows as cartoon. Like, dude, there's so much stuff in the animation world. I remember seeing there was a really twisted movie I saw. What was it called? I think it was called Blood. Either Blood or Blood Sea? Sea Blood? Blood and then the letter C? I can't remember. It was it was twisted. It was about these aliens that came down to Earth and they just utterly destroyed it was nonsensically violent. Nonsensically violent. Like these aliens could turn their hands into like these giant bladed blenders, and they had this giant bag, and they would take handfuls and handfuls of humans and drop them in this bag, and then drop their blender hand in, and it was a bunch of ridiculousness. It was a little unsettling, truth be told. I don't suggest you look it up. Hey Ryan, apparently the technical director of this game was caught spawning rare mobs for his guild. I don't think it was the technical director. I think it was a GM. They were talking about it yesterday. I think it was one of their GMs. Did they actually come out and say it was the technical director? I mean, it's very unfortunate that they would do that. I mean, I feel like that would ruin the experience, right? You should be able to go to these locations, crawl, farm, whatever, hope for a name to spawn, work on the name, and then see what happens. Not just say, hey, this is Bob. He's going to be killable by this, that, and that. Have at him. It's not something I would do, anyhow. I prefer to play through the game and experience that stuff. We were in an area, yeah, we were in the new area yesterday. It wasn't even worth for me to go because it's a level 20 zone, but we stayed there and killed a bunch of stuff trying to get names to spawn. We didn't have any luck, but we tried. You're probably thinking I should sprint more often, huh? I'll be honest, I keep talking to the stream and I keep forgetting to hold the shift down because I don't want to get exhausted. I keep running myself into exhausted state. You know, now that we're running on this path, I hear the echo. Yeah, it sounds like Halnir's cave. It sounds like we're indoors. There's a Dragonlance fan right there. That's a twist on Raceland's name. Yeah, the echo, yeah, that echoes, yeah. This is the indoor audio. Even that bat just echoed. I didn't notice this yesterday. Well, then again, I don't think we were running around in Throne Fast, right? Yeah, we were in Wild's End. That audio might be okay. But this does sound like we're in a cave. You noticed it yesterday, yeah. That's weird. Now see, this sounds normal. Yeah, the grass sounds fine. What about this here? That sounds normal. Nope, I'm wrong. That has the echo. Yeah, it's on rock. I'm on a weird spot. Oh my goodness. Man. Kellogg's has cornflakes. Hang on now. Get up here. Get up here. Jump over here. There you go. Big boned. Ugh, I'm exhausted. There we go. You know, we noticed this evening the nameplates are more solid. They stand out more than they used to. It used to be a brighter orange. It's only the roads as far as you can tell. Okay. Bum, ba, ba. We be waiting. So now we're waiting for a respawn. We just killed the placeholder. We need the name to spawn, and this will be the last update for this part of the quest. Man, they really did make it darker. That's fantastic. It's a headache over in Wild's End, but fantastic nonetheless. Just gonna take a run through, see if I see, you know, him anywhere else. Probably not, but it is difficult. I'm trying really, really hard not to, you know, physically assault these guys. Have you seen the griffins over here? No, there's griffins over here by this big rock over here. Good question. 20-something? Here we go. There's one right there. There's a name. So, I don't suggest we engage them because I'm pretty sure they're a pain in the butt. But I think there's 4 spawns. That's the first one we see. The other 2 will come into range when we go another, say, 20 feet. But in the back corner to the north is where the placeholder is for the name. And I think the name drops a sword. I don't know what else it drops, but I think it drops a sword called the Wind Blade, I think it's called. Came up here a couple weeks ago, and these guys just totally annihilated us. I mean, we can try it. Yeah, I see, and that's just I don't remember, but I want to say I think they're low 20s, I think. Just take a run over and see if by chance the name is up. We shouldn't get aggro, I don't think. Wind Griffin. What's this guy down here? Wind Griffin. What's this guy over here? Wind Griffin. So it's all Wind Griffins. The guy in the back here is a Wind Griffin too. I do want to kill these guys at some point, because I'd like to see if we can get the name to spawn. Yeah, yeah. You'll get it. You'll be good in Hangor. You can still do most of the back half of Hangor. The Oosh camp or the Bloodsworn camp would be perfect for you because they're 29, so that'd be even con. Well, I don't know because according to the patch yesterday, they added more items up there, so I don't know who's got what up there now. I don't know. I still want to kill Oosh a few more times though because he's got a two-hander that I want. Alright, we wait for the respawn. It's all about camping this quest update. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? You guys in game? What are you guys working on? Anybody have any questions about the game? Very lucky. What were we talking about? Oh, anime, yeah. What else can I remember that was pretty awesome that I saw? Oh, Akira. How can I forget about Akira? I saw Akira when I was a kid. Akira was crazy. Akira was awesome until the end, and then when the giant mutation thing happened, I was confused. I didn't know what was going on. It went over the edge for me at that point. I forgot. And Lensman. How could I forget about Lensman? Lensman, Akira. Have I seen One Punch Man? One Punch Man? I don't think so. Hang on a second. Let me look. Let me look. Let me look. Let me see One Punch Man. Sounds like a martial arts. One Punch Man. One Punch Man animated series. I have seen screenshots, or I say screenshots. I've seen images of this years ago, but I never watched it. One Punch Man is a manga series, tells the story of Saitama, an independent superhero who, having trained to the point that he can defeat any opponent with a single punch, grows bored. I think that's why I didn't watch it. I'm pretty sure I read that and I was like, I'm out. Taking out everybody with a single punch? That's not fun. It says it's a comedy. Oh, Madhouse did it. Oh, Madhouse did season 1. Madhouse is a big deal. Oh, it was on Adult Swim? Ah, yeah, okay, see. I missed the whole Adult Swim era. I was working. Digital manga. You say it's pretty good? It's funny? It's on Crunchyroll. I think I still have an active Crunchyroll. I've never used it. I talk about this before. I talk about how I sign up for things and then I never use them. I always forget about them. I had a SOE all access subscription for EQ. I don't know. I can't tell you. It's been a couple of years I've put into that game without even playing it. Like all the years that I spent not playing it or not playing in Norath because I was playing other games, I was still paying for my subscription. I think Crunchyroll is one of them. I just didn't like what they selected to be viewed in North America. I would watch a couple of them and I'm like, you know what? I'm not really digging this. But then I would watch the actual imports and I'd be like, dude, this stuff is phenomenal. I don't know if it was a licensing dispute. I don't know if it was some kind of content agreement. I have no idea. I remember watching Slayers. Slayers was pretty funny. That was that high fantasy medieval series with the two female adventurers, the fighters, I think they were. Or one was a fighter. What was the other one? I can't remember. I think it was called Slayers. Pretty sure it was called Slayers. I remember seeing oh, what was it? It was oh, it was another high fantasy one, like with magic. Shoot, there was the big brute. There was the witch or the mage. She had the long black hair. There was the dude, and there was the cat girl. Was it a cat girl? I think it was a cat girl. He kept dangling her as bait. Every time they'd go to lure like a troll out of a cave or something, they would use her as bait against her will in order to. What was it called? I can't remember what it was called. Shoot, it was a long time ago. What was that? Yes, it is. It comes off the war chief. What was it called? Oh, can't remember. Shoot. It had its funny moments, anyways. It had its funny moments. I like it. I wish it had like an animation. Like I get that they put the glow in it to make it stand out, but I wish it had some kind of like lightning or even like frost or something to it. Oh, they added cold breath. So when you're in Hangor, you can now see your breath. I mean, I haven't had, I've had next to no issues playing like even like so I've been playing this game for about 2 years, right? Now early access has only been about 2 months. So in the last 2 months alone, I haven't come across anything that I would consider game breaking or quote unquote rough, except for the lighting from yesterday, but that's to be expected with the new engine update. I'm sure they'll get that ironed out. But outside of that, man, like the game's been pretty good. I still eat my shield. I don't know if that's ever going to get fixed. That might not ever get fixed, but I just noticed sitting here, I'm eating my shield. I'm really hungry. The shield I have it, yes, the frost rim shield. Yeah, the red one with the lion crest on it. I think so too. There's the moon there. Even our sky is a placeholder sky, and I didn't know that. I thought this was the actual sky we were getting, but apparently there's a different sky in mind or a different sky coming to the game. I didn't either. But Jabba had mentioned it, I think, last week that it was a placeholder. I was like, that's interesting. I wonder what the sky's going to look like because apparently they got to bring in a second moon. Yeah. This planet's going to have two moons. I'm guessing the other moon is going to be where the gnomes are from, because the gnomes are like mystical. It's a mystical race, and I believe the backstory is that they came from the moon. So I'm assuming the second moon is going to be the introduction to the gnomes. Possibly. There's a belt on there. I don't know if you want it for an alt or what have you. It's a 3 AC, 1 agility. Nope. Nope, my paladin's starting fresh. So what I'm doing is I have a lot of armor. Like I have the armor from the manor. I have the armor from Halner's whatnot. But what I'm doing is I'm playing the character normally up to a certain tier, and then I'll slide the items to the character so I don't have to worry about farming the stuff because I already know what it is to farm, and that's how I'm going to judge the progression of the tanks. Now, I don't have full sets, but I have a few key pieces that I'm going to give them. Hit me up with some lore of Terminus if you know some. Oh, speaking of that, we got to do a lore stream. Uh, I have a link to a series of lore videos that we might actually start watching on stream. I think just to get some of the history. Do I still have? Let me double check and see if I still have that. Pretty sure I still have that. Bookmarks. Where did I put that? That's true. What did I do with that link? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you know what? We might have to set that up. Yeah, I'm gonna set that up so we can all learn some lore. I don't know a whole lot of it. All I know is the gnomes are, I believe, supposed to be a mystic race. They're supposed to come from the moon. I thought it was that moon, but apparently when they said that they were putting a second moon in, I was like, oh, that's the moon the gnomes are from. So I'm guessing at some point you're going to be able to travel. I would think at some point you're going to be able to travel to it, kind of like Luslan in EQ. No, not at all, man. Keep talking, by all means. I'm a very patient person, so sitting here, nothing to me. Yeah, it's just not exciting for the stream. Everybody's sitting here like, dude, this guy's sitting on his ass all the time. They do. They do. It's all about the quest. So what's going to happen here? We're hoping to get a named that spawns at this location. The named is going to drop the last map fragment, and then once we turn that in, I believe we get put onto the final quest, which is going to want us to go to Mad Run, which is Land of the Spiders. If you were here last week, it's where I jumped down that hole and then aggroed a bunch of spiders that I was told was not going to aggro me, and they all aggroed me anyways because they all turned and looked at me, and that was it. It was game over. Pretty funny moment. I didn't like it, but whatever. I was told with 100% certainty they would not aggro, and I dropped down in front of them, and they all turned at me at the same time, and I was like, uh-oh. and then I turned and tried to run, but of course, when you turn around, everything's going to snare you, knock you down, root you, stun you, whatever. Buggers. Oh, there's no ability or anything on it? Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha. Okay, let me see. Let me see what we have. All right, we're gonna read some. I'm gonna read some information to you guys. This is some information I just picked up. Yeah. Ah, gotcha. Okay, let's go to the history of Terminus. Okay, stop with the ads before I get annoyed. Perfect. Okay, here we go, guys. This is the history of Terminus. Terminus is the world that we're in Pantheon. There has never been nothing. When the thorns of Terminus press against your skin, it may not seem useful to remember the past. As you look the rose of this world in the eye, a natural beauty crowned in the splendor of her thorny, many peoples. You may think that only the blind could deny this all had a beginning. Beneath the innumerable hands of deities and pantheons, it may seem only a faithless fool should doubt such a plain thing. And with the okay, this is ridiculous. I'm not reading this in. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna find the good stuff and read you the good stuff. I'm not reading this old English stuff. This is from the Confession of Samina, last of the Gintu. I don't know who the Gintu is, but I'm guessing maybe they're going to be referenced in game once the lore comes in. So there you go. It is fitting the last of the Ginto race introduced the unprecedented events brought about by the collapse of their pantheon, the tragically named Infinite Union, Samina. High Priest of the Infinite Union, never wavered in her clarity of what transpired, nor misconstrued the truth that the most destructive force to ever stretch across Terminus descended from one of his own gods. This is a credit to his humble character, and many who shall never know it are indebted to the pained honesty of the departed servant. So it sounds like there was some kind of, I guess you could say, cataclysmic event that struck Terminus, and it sounds like these people were to blame for it by accident, I would think. The shorthand of this vast account would say that amidst the age of chaos, a force known as the Revenant rose like a flooding tide across Terminus. Led by the Ravaging Lord, the Revenant host sought to exterminate the 6 races who were brought to the planet by a means still unknown. So that's interesting. I'm guessing the 6 races would be human. Well, there's more than. Doesn't make sense. What 6 races? Okay, whatever. 6 races who were brought to the planet by a means still unknown. A power which outranks every god or even pantheon a sleepy zoo of historians could name. Doomed to defeat the sacred 6 races. The sacred 6. So now all I can think of is Sinister 6. That's a Spider-Man reference. The sacred 6 races embraced a prophecy that warned them to but endure the many perils and the darkness would be crushed. So as long as you go through the trials and tribulations, you'll come out on the other side. That's what we're getting from that. To this end, the 6 constructed 3 monolithic refuges called sanctums, barricading their hopes and races within. In the face of certain annihilation, aid of divine proportion did arrive. By an act fraught with consequence, 6 mythical beings altered the fate and upended the fears of all creation on Terminus. So the Avengers showed up to take on Thanos, I'm guessing. Yet as these heroic warriors stepped away from the glory of their triumph, the six cast a giant shadow behind, and the inhabitants of Terminus were left with a riddle which may have no answer. Where go our gods? But who thirsty comes for a little drink? Thus I submit a compilation much longer in the telling, and there's nothing else to read. So it sounds like the six Avengers showed up, they beat Thanos, the world was left as it was, they went away, and we're in that world right now. So there you go. So there's a little bit of lore for you. And I think I scared a lot of people off. Probably. Okay. Oh, yeah, for sure. We were all talking about it yesterday. The environment itself it looks better. The only the only real issue right now is the shadows. Now, the reason why they didn't have the patch out last week, I believe, is because they were struggling with trying to get the shadows to work properly, and I don't think they still have. I mean, they've said that it's still a work in progress right now, but there's a thing with the shadows that's kind of throwing off. Like if you go to Hangor and you climb up top and you start running around, if you look down at the ground where like the icy cliff is, you'll start seeing all these shadows start to flicker, and it's really strange, but the shadows aren't rendering properly. It does. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the rock looks more like rock. The trees look more like trees. It's just the shadows. Yep. All the plate armor does, yes. Oh, right. Okay, so you still see me without the helmet? So so that bug is still in then. Okay. I can see your helmet and your bracers. Yeah, my new hairstyle is wild. That beard is unexpected. See, lighting has changed right there. Gotten brighter there. Lighting changes, gets brighter. Darkens, brighter. Darkens, brighter. Darkens, brighter. See? Uh, darker, brighter. Darker, brighter. Darker, brighter. I did. Notice the more parallel you have your camera angle, the darker it gets. Is that what it is? Oh, you're right. Look at this. Look at right there. That's cool. The glint. Although I think the sun is over on that side. Yeah, there's the cave sound. I wonder how that happened. Like, how do you update the game and goof up the audio? Like, you would have had to have moved the audio and then replaced it. I think we have the echo audio because they're trying to make it seem like we're in a valley. Because we have the cliffside here and we have the cliffside here. I'm thinking that's why they have it the way they do. No, but that sounds good. Hmm. That's the shadow flicker. Right there. That's cool. Ooh, that's bright. Right there. Oh, that tree's inadvertently growing into the mountain. Oh no. The camping game, am I right? It's so exciting. Right. Let me see who's on. Let me see what people are doing. You saw that they changed the appearance of the LFG window. I think so. Look look to the far right. Far right where? Oh, I think that's normal. Ba-da-ba. Hey, T Chief. They said last night the changes to the windows is a bug. Oh, it's a bug. Okay, so it's not supposed to look like that. I was kind of okay with it last night. I didn't mind it. It definitely didn't look like the rest of the UI, which was interesting. I thought it was an interesting choice for appearance. You say they said last night. Was there a Joppa stream last night, or was this said in the Discord? VIP chat on Discord from one of the devs. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Good to know. Anything else they might have said? Did they mention the shadows? Did they say that they're aware of what the problem is, or did they mention that it's a work in progress? I'm all out of coffee. That is unfortunate. No timetable on fixes. Collecting data on impacts like purple. Oh yeah, yeah. The purple square abilities. Yes, we were talking about that last night. Reminded me of a game I played a long time ago called what was it called? Something Pony. Little Pony? No. Pony. Ah, shoot, I can't remember. Hey, Lothar, where are you? I'm right here. Where are you? We're in Throne Fast. We're camping a named. We're waiting for it to spawn. It spawns right here. Uh, it looks like it spawns every 15 minutes plus or minus a certain amount. We've had 2 spawns so far, and they've been placeholders. But I'm working on the map fragment quest, and I just need one more piece, and it comes off this guy. So we're just chilling here working on this. We're going to turn this in and then get to the next part, which will take us to Mad Run. What server are you on? This is Erwin. Oh, Erwin from EQ. Yeah, what's going on, man? I'll have to create a character to come hang out. I'm on Lucent Tree, about halfway down the server list. Super disappointed in the community. Yeah. That's oh man, we were talking about that last night too. People came in here mentioning to me that there was a whole explosion about the. Yeah, that's you know, it's unfortunate that people would go like. I have my opinions, and I don't think I want to voice them because I don't think they're with the majority. But I would say people that are complaining about the drama that's happened, like in the last couple of days with the Black Moon server, like maybe if you're going to be concerned about that kind of thing, maybe you shouldn't be playing the game. And I say that because we are testing. So just because 10, 12, 14 people get access to content that you might have to work for doesn't mean you should complain about it. It's testing. This is not the release, right? This is not retail. Too many people in this game that are playing this game are treating this like it's a launch status, and it is not a launch status. It's testing. CEO had to come in and make an announcement in Discord. Turns out it was all ado about nothing. Wait, how so? So there was no GM spawning names for the guild on Black Moon? Apparently not. Wow. So how did it? It was a disgruntled ex-member of the guild or of VR? or just a player of the guild. Wow. Wow. So somebody threw a snowball over the cliff and it turned into an avalanche. somebody 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 made a mountain out of a molehill for no reason. But even still, let's back all the way out and look at the whole picture. If people are getting special treatment in a testing environment because they've been in the game for a very long time, nobody should be getting their panties in a twist regardless. It doesn't matter if that guild is getting gear that you might have to work for or might not know about. It's a testing thing. They're not doing it to dangle the carrot in front of everybody's face. They're doing it for testing. Like, people are in early access treating it like launch. No game in early access has ever been a launch quality title. Look at games like Valheim. Valheim's been in early access for like a decade. It was a phenomenal game during early access, but it wasn't ready. Not by any stretch, but players still got access to it. Star Citizen, same thing. We don't need to go on about that. Like, testing is testing. Testing. It's okay. So if everybody right now were to go to Pantheon's website right now and read the opening blurb about picking up the game, or even go to the Steam account for Pantheon and read that first blurb, it even tells you blah blah blah, multiple character wipes. Now, those of us before early access, so older than 2 months ago, right? Early access only been 2 months. If you've only been playing the game for the last 2 months, okay, whatever. Even before then, we put up with multiple character wipes. We knew they were coming. It's testing. We didn't cry and complain and get our panties in a twist. But all of a sudden, the game gets to early access, and all these people jump in, and they start treating it like it's a launch title. And it is not. It is still testing. They could come out and say, we're going to character wipe every 2 months. Well, guess what? They're going to character wipe every 2 months. If it's not your thing, see you later. I'm going to be here because I want this game to come out. It's like how I've told you guys over the last 2 weeks. I don't like that people twink out alts and start new alts in the game already geared. That is not testing. That's robbing you and everybody else of your genuine input on the game. Which is a concern for me, because when I start playing the Paladin and Dire Lord, I know I'm going to end up grouping with just about everybody who's going to have twinked alts. So we're going to have aggro issues. I'm going to lose aggro more often. It's going to become a thing, and I've got a bad feeling that I'm not going to get the information that I want. Which is unfortunate, because I would have to find 5 other individuals who don't twink their tunes. And that's going to be impossible. Impossible. You twink at retail. You don't twink beforehand. Unless you're testing something specifically for that. Like, for example, when we were in Vanguard Saga of Heroes, and they were cool enough to have us test raid content, we had the gear for what the raid encounter would be like. So, like, that kind of thing is understandable. Getting your character bumped from level 5 to level 40 to test something, that's normal because you're testing level 40 content. But going into a game at level 1, wearing level 20 gear, level 30 gear, level 15 gear, even level 10 gear, that's not proper testing. For anybody. For anybody. You guys, me, it's not proper testing. You start clean, you play clean, and then when you hit certain tiers, if you have some extra stuff, then you can start putting it on your character. Like, as I mentioned earlier, with the Paladin and the Dire Lord, once I get up to start running the Goblin Caves, I'll probably look at some crafted armor, maybe some splinted. By the time we get up to level, say 13, 14, and we go up to Manor, I'll put on a couple of Manor pieces that I have sitting in the bank. When we get over to Halnir's Cave and start running through Halnir's, I'll put on the Ratkin stuff to start. And then when I get to 17 or 18, I'll put on the Black Rose stuff that I have. And then when I get to 1920, I'll put on some of the ghost. Like, I'm not planning to twink my tune ahead of time, but I'm going to cut out the farming because I already know about the farming. Gamers communities cannot have nice things. They will always cannibalize themselves and the games they're looking forward to. Yeah, remove GM powers for devs on servers. They play with others, removes the urge to cheat. Well, I remember GMs and EQ weren't allowed to pretty much do anything. They could rescue your body. They could investigate glitches that your character was involved in, but they couldn't, they didn't really spawn stuff for you in the beginning. Now, I say that now. While I was streaming EQ over the last 10 years, there was a part where I was on, what server was I on? It wasn't Teak, I think it was Mangler. And I was actually running around in Kunark, and a GM showed up and saw that I was streaming the game and turned themselves into Nagafin. And then they spawned Nagafin like we were in where were we? I think we were in, I want to say Warslick's Wood. We were farming the skeleton. We were farming, well, not farming. We were camping the skeleton for, what were we camping the skeleton for? A key piece, I think, if I'm not mistaken. A key piece to something. I don't remember. Anyways, he showed up one day, one evening while I was there, and he spawned Lord Night. It was cool that he turned he turned me into was it a Buranai? I think he turned me into a Buranai, I believe, or he turned in myself and whoever I was grouped with because there were two of us, and he turned us into Buranai, which I thought was pretty cool. I've already been noticing the uptick of elitism in the Discord, although the majority of posts are friendly. Not sure about the last 24, 28 hours. I avoided the Discord after this stuff started escalating. I get you. I'd like to see some gear locked in level ranges. Folks passing high level. So, well, and here's the thing. They do plan on putting in no drop or what have you. They plan on putting in uh bind on loot or bind on pickup, I should say. So that kind of thing I think will come into the game. They will have it so that you can't just farm stuff and pass stuff out, which I'm all for. You don't have to do it to everything, but do it to quite a fair bit of the cool stuff. I hope they do bind on equip for crafted gear. Otherwise, you get item inflation. Yes, that is true also. VIP chat is a dumpster fire floating down a river of tears. You that bored, huh? You just going around whacking goblins? They need more gold sinks. The news broke out of the Pantheon sphere and into broader gaming websites, so they had to make an official announcement. Again, man, it's testing. It's testing. People need to understand it's testing. I mean, with that said, if you're going to spawn names for people to test, they shouldn't be itemized. There should be no loot on them. Gearing a guild just cuz, that's not cool. That doesn't help testing. Tell me how that helps testing. It doesn't. So, if you're going to fight a boss to see the mechanics, the boss shouldn't be itemized. I agree, Lothar. I have bags covered. I have like 24 in the friggin' bank because they're all my old ones from the bank that I turned in the boxes. That'd be good for a rogue. Ah, gotcha. Bum 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 bum. Come on, named. Spawn for me. Spawn for me, named. Where's the GM when I need them? But hey, hey, GM, do me a favor. Spawn a named, will you? Spawn, spawn, spawn this named right now, will you? Do me a favor. Leave them itemized. Just spawn the name for me, will you? It seems to be a fad right now. It seems to be the in thing to do is to spawn names for people. Go ahead and spawn it. I'll wait. Uh, Make it fair to everybody. If you're going to spawn names on Black Moon, just jump around all the different servers and start spawning a couple names for people. Then everybody can stay quiet. They can't go around saying, well, that server got this named. There's also now the secondary scandal of players getting 41. Who's getting 41? I know once you hit 40, I believe you can start filling up the XP bar, but I don't think you can ding. And I believe 50 is going to be the end game. I thought it was 40, but it might be 50. What's that? Yeah, but I mean, that belt plus the jerkin that you got, like the fact that you've got 2 agility and 1 dex out of the 2 pieces, like I said, that's perfect for a rogue. They clarified that there's no cap. It's a soft cap you can level beyond. Oh, you can level beyond 40? Oh, well, that's not cool. That shouldn't happen. That might be why people are looking for me to level. I think people want me to try and get up to level 40. I really don't want to pass content. I want to be able to use this guy when they start bringing in more tier 3 content. I have the warrior, I have a paladin started, I have a dire lord. I think I have a monk on the character screen, I have a necro on the character screen. I don't think I have a rogue, but I want to play a rogue because in the earlier seasons, I grouped with a couple people and the rogue was phenomenal. Like, I haven't seen a rogue. There's only been 2 rogues, I think, at our level range that we've seen, and I think they're both in our guild. One being Dracelyn and one being, I think it was Dracelyn, and the other one I can't remember. But I definitely want to play a rogue at some point as well. They say that it just becomes insanely difficult. They never said level 40 cap. They said content up to 40. Oh, gotcha. You want your scar and gnomes? Well, you'll get your gnomes when we get our second moon. Go read the Discord red name comments on it. Let's take a peek. I try to stay out of this stuff because I try and stay. What do I go under? Announcements? Ooh, there was a coin dupe? That's not good. Adjusting the shadow distance will improve or degrade the quality. If someone is getting shimmery shadows, they can reduce shadow distance. Oh, interesting. Hang on now. Oh, look at that tree right there. Hang on now, hang on now. Dude, shadow distance looks so cool. That gives us no shadows. So default, I think, was halfway, right? Default, I think, was halfway. I don't see any shimmering. Is it painting those trees too? Oh, it is. Look at how much better those trees look with the shadows. These two right here. Okay, look at this right here. See this yellow tree right here? Watch very carefully as I move the shadows up. Watch how more real that tree looks. It it looks like there's a depth dent right here. Watch carefully. See that? That's not just shadow. That's like a whole new graphic. That looks legit. Even that tree has depth with the shadows on. Let's do max everything and watch everything go crazy. Yeah, see? Look, right here. That's the shadow movement. Oh, the sun's right above us. What graphics card am I using? I'm using my buddy's 4060 Ti. I think the colors look so much better in Unity. Oh, hands down, Lothar. The game looks a lot better under Unity 6. Look, there's some of the shimmering there. Shouldn't be happening. Yeah, like the armor looks fantastic. Look, you can see shimmer. If you look carefully, you'll see shimmering right here from my shadow distance. You'll see the flickering. There's flickering here and there's flickering around here. Maybe we should turn it down. Let's turn it down. We want the game to look as nice as we can. We'll go back to default. And we'll go a little over default and see what happens. Are we still getting the flickering? Let's take a look. We're not getting it there, but we're getting it here. So if we go down a little lower, that takes it off altogether. That gives us shadow and no flicker. And that's got moving shadow. That's my beard right there. You gotta look really carefully. But that floating shadow right there is this part of my beard. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool right there. I just noticed that. What if we turn this up? We don't see it now. Now it's starting to shimmer. You can see it's starting to shimmer right here and right here. Look at how much that tree gets filled in. Yeah, see? Shimmering here, shimmering here. We'll leave it there for now. Only thing that sucks is all the character creator pieces change spots. Now my guy has a porn stash instead of a... Yeah. Our facial... Our faces changed too. We now have a lot more beard. I noticed it because I logged in yesterday and I was like, why is my beard hanging out of my helmet? That's weird. Think the flickering is worth dealing with due to how good it makes everything else look? Yes, I agree. It will be interesting to see how it looks in a dungeon. We might have to go over to Halnir's. You know what? Let's. Do I want to go full shadow? I don't think we want to go full shadow. Let's go 3/4. Let's go that far and see what happens. Could we always see that much of the castle? No, because I turned up the distance. That looks really good. Like these plates here, they actually look like they look like hammered plates now. All four sections. Before the upgrade, it almost looked like one smooth, almost like a umpire's uh chest pad or what have you. Like it was kind of like looked like it was one hanging or one dangled piece. Now it looks like four individual plates. One there, one there, one there, and one there. That's pretty cool. The belt has more detail. Look at the glare right here on the glove from the sun. That's cool. There's shine on the top part of the spear here too. You see that top part of the handle? I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Did I manage to play either Paladin or DL at all? The Dire Lord we haven't played yet, and the Paladin is level 5 currently. I think. I think he's level 5, and I think he's over in the mage area, if I'm not mistaken. The starting mage area. Do I like the Paladin? I can't really make a decision. I have to get him to 15. I have to get the Paladin to 15. I have to get him to the point where I can go to the Manor and Halnir's. Once I get up there, I'll be able to make a decision about it. He seems fine so far. He seems easier to manage than the warrior was. I mean that shimmering strike, fancy strike, heal my ass strike, whatever that silver hammer icon ability is called. That's kind of great. Vengeful strike or something, the one that has the heal. I feel like that's going to make it a bit easier or a lot easier to level up. But I never like hybrids. I can't stand hybrids. Hybrids are a bunch of whiners. And for those who don't know, that's a running joke here for the past decade. This spawns from EQ. It's a long story, another time. Hybrids are a bunch of whiners. You know, with the shadows turned up the way they are, nighttime is going to be annoying. I just thought about that. Nighttime is going to be so annoying. You know what? We're going to leave them on. We're going to leave them on. I'm not messing with them anymore. They're staying right here. We're going to work with them at this level and see what happens. But nighttime is going to be a pain in the butt. Hey, Toad, what's going on? I'm sure they love you as well. Yeah, yeah. Hybrids get their panties in a twist every time I say that. What do you mean hybrids are whiners? You got your wish. Night is dark again. I know, right? Dude. Night is crazy dark now. Night is crazier dark now than it was before. Warriors are always cocky, self-sure to lead us. Hey, this is coming from a cleric. My hybrids are a bunch of whiners. That comes from me being a cleric. I was a cleric a very long time ago, and I was really, really good. And hybrids are a bunch of whiners. You've seen me as a warrior in Pantheon, but I started as a cleric. I started as a dwarven cleric named Galthos many, many moons ago. But hybrids are whiners. They always want to be the warrior. They want more defensive abilities. They want all the stone skins. They still want all their heals. They want all their buffs. They want all their AoE aggro. They want all their AoE DPS. Paladins and Shadow Knights, aka hybrids, bunch of whiners. If you had to think back, which era of MMOs do you have the fondest memories for? Which era? The fondest memories. That's a tough one. I will say this. EQ back at launch, so the first decade of EQ, it wasn't as social as it is today. And what I mean by that is, the last decade or so, you go to a server, you'll find guilds already established, or guilds that would establish quickly. Back in EQ at launch, there weren't 1,000 guilds. Guilds weren't popping up all the time. It was players trying to understand and ask a whole lot of questions about where to go because the game wasn't helping you do anything. I made a lot of friends back then because, as you guys know, I'm a very social person. So I don't know if I would do the stereotypical thing and say the beginning is my fondest memories. And I say this because when I was in EverQuest 2, I was also playing other MMOs, but the experiences I had in EverQuest 2 trumped everything I've experienced since then. Everything. This game, WildStar, Aeon, DAOC, ArcAge, Terra, Horizons, Rift, Star Wars Galaxies, Ultima Online, Meridian 59, etc., etc., etc. I've played them all. But my time in EverQuest 2 is probably my fondest because the people that I grouped with, out of 50 people, there might have been 3 that got on my nerves, me being as patient as I am. But the other 47 people were phenomenal. We had the most laughs. I have not laughed as much in any of the 40 games I've played in 3 decades. I haven't laughed as much as I did in EverQuest 2. We had a fun ass time. If I could if I could rearrange the multiverse to be in a different world, I would be here streaming while in EverQuest 2, while in the guild House of the Rising Phoenix. Because it was, dudes, I'm telling you, you guys would have absolutely lost your mind. It was the funnest. We raided and we cracked jokes. We grouped and we cracked jokes. We trade skill, we cracked jokes. Like it was just so much fun. So much fun. Yeah, I would say the period between I would say the decade of EQ2. So let's go 2004 to 2014. Everything in between there would probably be my fondest. You never whined on your Paladin or SK. You probably played them after you had all the changes done. That's probably why. I was there. I was there when 10 Ton Hammer and Alakazams and EQ Traders and all the websites were whining and complaining. All the Paladins, all the Shadow Knights. I remember the strike of 2002 or 2003 when most of the warriors across all the servers stopped playing for 3 weeks because they got sick and tired of all the changes SOE kept making to the hybrids to make them more like warriors. I remember that because as a cleric, I couldn't find my friggin' warriors to group with because they told me ahead of time that they were going to stop playing, and they stopped playing because paladins started getting this, Shadow Knights started getting this, warriors got degraded in this. I was there as a cleric. I was there. The warriors whined about the hybrids, whining about not being warriors. That's what happened. The hybrids were constantly complaining over and over and over again about how they couldn't be like the warrior. They were all built differently. It's like this game. Everybody's like, well, the warrior should play like the paladin, should play like the dire lord. No, they shouldn't. They should do 3 unique things, and they do. And I hope VR keeps them doing their 3 distinct things and stops trying to bring them all in line with each other. Because that is horrible. Because then who's gonna give a shit about 2 of the 3? Everybody's gonna lean to one, and that's gonna be your answer. So, but I was there. Hybrids were a bunch of whiners, and that's where the joke comes from. So when I started playing on Man, placeholder again. When I started playing EQ like a decade ago on the new progression servers, which I never should have done, but I did anyways, the running joke over the last 10 years has been hybrids are a bunch of whiners. Now, mind you, the joke goes back 25 years, but hybrids are a bunch of whiners. That's where it comes from. And really, it's a quote-unquote inside joke. You'd have to be in this channel, and you would have had to have been here back then to get the joke. But that's why I say it. But now when I say it, most people don't know, so they get offended. Because they probably played a hybrid at some point. But hybrids are a bunch of whiners. They wanted all the stone skins. They wanted all the defense. They wanted to be able to tank everything. They wanted to be able to hold their own in a group. They wanted to be able to hold their own in a solo. They wanted to be able to hold their own against a raid mob or the named. They wanted to hold, like, hybrids wanted everything. And then Shadow Knights ended up winning because Shadow Knights got the most changes. And then all of a sudden they became DPS machines. And it was ridiculous. Then Warriors stopped playing. Paladins switched to Shadow Knights. More people switched over to Shadow Knights, and Shadow Knights became the stereotypical class of performance. Mind you, Warriors still had the better defense, but there weren't as many Warriors at the time. On the progression servers, all of them, so going back to the last 10 years, you had to have Warriors. They didn't have all the quality of life changes for the progression servers. But you had to have your warriors. But before the progression servers, hybrids were a bunch of whiners. I think in this game, warriors should be the highest DPS tank, paladin should be the highest group support, and DL should be the highest self. There you go. I don't disagree with that, Lothar. I still firmly believe it's who's behind the wheel. It's who's driving the vehicle, who's playing the character. 10 warriors are not going to play the same. There's a reason you can't put all your skills on your hotbars at the same time. because they want you to be tactful. They want you to be strategic when you pick your abilities. Someone who doesn't pick the right abilities in certain cases are going to be horrible tanks. Like, I'll give you an example. When I'm tanking, my job is to hold aggro, right? My job's not to DPS. My job's to hold aggro. So I need to make sure all my aggro getting abilities are on the hotbar. When I'm not tanking, I don't want to be the ultimate taunter. I want to be able to do more DPS, but I want taunt in case I have an emergency. So I'm going to give you a little trick here for those who plan on playing a warrior. When you have cross strike is only worth having on your bar if you're in a DPS role, because the bonus only happens when you're behind the target. So what I normally do, if you pay attention, and if I'm on the ball, anytime I'm tanking, cross strike disappears, and cross strike gets replaced with mocking blow, because mocking blow is our threat generator that does damage, and it works from the front. So that always comes out, mocking blow goes in. If I fall the DPS roll again, I take mocking blow out, I put cross strike in. If you're a tank going into the tanking role and you use cross strike instead of mocking blow, you're a dummy. Period. You won't tell me otherwise, because you've just cut off a portion of threat that the wizard's now going to rip from you. And then when the wizard dies, you just lost your DPS, and then you're going to get your panties in a bunch and think the wizard is face rolling, and the wizard's going to be like, why didn't you hold aggro? Because you weren't at your best. Now, I just told you guys that, and I shouldn't have, because maybe you play a warrior and you don't do that, but now you're going to do that, so now you're going to be a better warrior. So now I'm like, oh, I'm not that great. Which class do you find takes the most threat? Enchanter. Hands down. Enchanter gets in trouble the most. Cleric is second. Wizard is third. But in my opinion, Enchanter, Cleric, and Wizard. If you have those people in your group, that's the order of aggro. Enchanter, Cleric, and Wizard. Now, the Cleric would move to the third position in this situation. Most of the Clerics that I've grouped with, most of them, they wait and put their defensive buff on you, bubble or otherwise, when you've engaged the enemy. That is a problem, because the second they hit you, if you don't grab aggro, they run to the Cleric. So the point is, you're supposed to pull the mob, have it come to you, get your taunt, get in position, then the Cleric can buff you. Or if you're fighting a tougher mob and you know you're going to be able to rip aggro back and not kill the Cleric, then you can allow the pre-buff. But some Clerics get in here and they don't do that. So you go into a place like Halnir's, you pre-buff, tank runs in, grabs a Ravager, Ravager comes out and all of a sudden goes into Ravage, everybody's unprepared, your Cleric's dead, your DPS is dead, your tank might even be dead. So, you know, you have to, it's not just a matter of any class being able to fire whatever spells they want when they want. You have to think, okay, we're here, I cast this, I won't get aggro. Okay, if I cast this now, I'm going to get aggro, so I better be prepared. Some people will cast, get aggro, and then complain about it. Like they didn't think ahead of time. Like, you can't think that because you fire a spell, the tank in your group is automatically going to know to cover your butt, right? It's up to you to pay attention to how you play. For everybody. Now, me, when I'm tanking, I try to watch everybody. I always play in third person. I goof around sometimes and go into first person, but for the most part it's third person, but it's because I'm watching the environment. I'll watch where everybody stands. I'll watch what everybody's casting. I'll watch how the mobs turn. So for example, if I'm in a group and I have an Enchanter and a Cleric, and the Enchanter mezzes two mobs while we're fighting one, and the Cleric fires a spell, I'll watch all three mobs because one of those mezzed ones may turn the slightest bit to acknowledge aggro on the Cleric. So when that happens, I'll be like, oh, that guy's on the Cleric. So I'll know to turn off my auto attack so I don't range the mez target and wake it up. I'll taunt the target, watch it turn back to me, and then I'll go back to attacking the mob. Tanks won't do that. I just gave you another secret. Because I've seen tanks go in there, target off, and all of a sudden they fire their bow, they break the mez, and now the Enchanter's in trouble because that mob just built resistance to the next mez, right? Right? I'm telling you. I'm giving away all the secrets. I gotta stop. Make me stop. Change topics. Let's talk about something else. Who's got the Eagles for the Super Bowl? Let's go there. I don't want to start giving away all my secrets. Out of the reasons I don't like PvP in my MMOs, the developers feel the need in most cases to balance the classes so they can fight. Yeah. I agree, Toad. That's why I liked EQ2. Battlegrounds in EQ2 was fun as crap because when you got in with a guardian and a warden and an inquisitor and a whatever, you had all those unique classes trying to work together to take out the other team. It wasn't like an evil playing field. Everything was adjusted and random, and you had to try and find synergy. The battlegrounds in EverQuest 2 were phenomenal. I think you're going to be mad at how good Paladin is tanking. Granted, I'm only level 12. It's been super strong in Goblin Caves. I may even think it's too strong. I can't wait to get there. I really can't. I don't want to play a hybrid, but I have to play a hybrid. This will be the first time ever that I've played a hybrid, as long as I plan on playing a hybrid. Oh yeah? Uh, too late. I'm taking over. I thought Paladin was too strong until I played Dire Lord. So my thing about Dire Lord, so as you guys know, or maybe you don't know, the way they work is the Dire Lord has sustained threat. So the Dire Lord never peaks or never spikes, right? The Dire Lord will never snap aggro. That's the warrior. What the Dire Lord does is he holds it in a wave, and as long as he maintains whatever that essence is, whatever it's called, as long as he maintains the stacks of that on the mob, he'll constantly hold aggro. Constantly. A warrior doesn't constantly hold aggro. A warrior will hold and then lose it, and then spike, get it back, lose it, spike, get it back, and try and maintain. But the cool thing is, the warrior spike outweighs the Dire Lord, but the Dire Lord lasts longer. It's a weird thing to say, but that's what it is. The warrior's stronger, the Dire Lord's got more stamina when it comes to threat. So you kind of have to balance it, because that means if I'm in a DPS role and I'm grouped with a Dire Lord, I can pop my taunt and I'll take aggro from the Dire Lord 100% of the time. But 3 to 6 seconds later, the Dire Lord's going to get it back because they have a constant draw of aggro and the warrior doesn't. Probably good early game, but seemed to be a struggle later. How far into the game, Chill? But what level were you, if you remember or if you recall, when you started having issues? Look at how dark it is right now. Are you kidding me? Look at this. I cannot wait until they put the visions, the different visions into the game, so I can actually see a bit better. I love it, but look at it. I'm gonna be tripping everywhere, but I absolutely love it. This is what I want. I need it to be dark. The worst part about Dire Lord is if you lose threat, it's a pain to get back. Right, because you have to reestablish that connection again, and that takes time. That's the whole point. It's kind of like a tractor beam, right? The Dire Lord's like a tractor beam. The tractor beam has to fire, connect, and then hold. But then if the tractor beam gets shut off, it has to fire, connect, and hold. The Dire Lord's the same way. If you don't maintain your stacks, you're going to lose aggro, and then you've got to build those stacks again, which will take longer to get the threat back. But once you have the threat, it's very difficult to lose it. Turn down your shadows. I want to see if it makes a difference. Oh, good idea. Let's do that. Oh yeah, look, that rock, look, that became visible and the ground in front of us became visible. Right there, it's creeping across the land, see? Right there. And then up over the rock. And then up over the trees. We'll leave it about there. I think that's where I had it. So yeah, shadows make a difference. Just watching Zyrus walking around at night looks pretty cool. I can imagine. Could we see We can't see the light from the castle. No. We can't see any light source. It's funny we're getting wolf howls up here and there's no wolves in the area. You can see the sky moving. See the stars moving further away. I thought the moon was by itself, but it looks like the sky moves also. I never paid attention to the stars. I didn't realize the stars moved, or I didn't realize the whole sky moved. I only ever got focused on the moon and the sun. That's not bad. I can see the green here from the moon, and I can see the green here. And then you can see this rock here. And that's with the shadows at like 85%. Yeah. Even the character models, like look at Chadrick here. Look at the right side of his head and his shoulders. Just watch. See the glare there from the moon? But then you go ahead and add a shadow, and the glare goes away. We'll go back up to about 90 and leave it there. We'll see how that plays out. Do you think that the drama today is going to have an effect on the long term of this game? People making it seem like it's the end of the game for good, but truth be told, the player base that I'm most concerned about myself is the player base that will exist the day this launches. That's my main concern. I don't have a lot of concern with this current population because I know what to expect. I know that the EA crowd, a lot of the EA crowd is going to be, for lack of a better term, entitled, right? But now, with that said, I also think I'm a rare situation because I've been through development phases of video games. Like, I've been part of testing in multiple games. I helped build Vanguard, right? Vanguard, by definition, was the precursor to this game. So, I'm well familiar and I'm a very patient person. A lot of the population that came in at early access, not patient. I've watched streamers this past week alone that play Pantheon not be patient with the game. So I don't know what to tell you is there, but you won't see me get my panties in a twist over the state of the game, the build of the game. Do I think this drama will have a negative impact? I do. Do I think it'll be significant? No. And I think the whiners will shut up because a lot of us just won't care. I mean, truthfully speaking, if somebody is going to do something like that, like let's just say, let's hypothetically say that a GM did come in and spawn names for a guild that organized to kill content. Most content in the game right now is group-based. There's very few targets that are multi-group or what you would consider by definition raidable. And you can't really say raidable because there's no raid UI, there's no setup. But you can get 2 or 3 groups together to do stuff. So technically, that's a raid, right? You don't need a UI for you to know that you've got more than a group, which means you're in a raid. With that said, it should be done off-site. So it should be done on a specific server, and it should be done with a specific group of people. Example would be, back in the EQ days, there were a couple of guilds that were utilized to do that kind of stuff away from everybody else. That's how it should be. You shouldn't do something like that with the mass population, right? general population, let's say, because that never goes good. If you're showing if you have 500 people in a place and you're showing 20 of those people something that the other 480 people won't get access to in the same fashion, that's not going to end good. It never will. It will never end good. It will always be bad. So, that's what the situation would have been. But it should have been done away from general population. If you're going to do internal testing with a guild, work out a deal to move them to a different server, give them their characters at the level with whatever, and then go and test the content. But don't do it with general population. And people can't turn around and say, well, they can't do that. Yes, they can. They've got 22 servers. Are you kidding me? Or 20-something servers. However many servers there are. They have enough. Now, also keep this in mind, and this is very important for those of you who only came in during early access. There are a fair number of people spread across the servers that have been playing this game for a lot longer than I have. They've been playing 6, 7, 8 years of this game. Those players are still here. A lot of them are the ones that are annoyed and fed up and so on and so forth. There's not much you can do about it. I would genuinely say to you, honestly, even with my own opinions blurting out on stream, I would say to you, play this game the way you would play the game and see how you like it. That's what I would say. This is all about you. What do you like? How do you play? What do you wear? What do you camp? Who do you reach out to? How do you make friends? All of that is based on you. No, I think old heads are some of the problem. And I can say that because they were a problem before EA in Seasons. You go, yes, they were. And I'm not telling those stories. But yes, some of the old heads make a scene. Hands down, 1000%, lightning strike, the whole 9 yards. Yes. But I will not say any more than that. You can quote that, you can clip it, take it to the bank, what have you. Yes. Oh, yes. Here's why. Entitlement. When you are invested in something and something drastic changes that goes away from what you're familiar with, you start to have a problem. And then when you gradually get on board with the new way and something else changes, you get more annoyed than you did the first time. That builds up over years of, say, the development style of a game. I will not say any more than that. I'm not going to go into stories because that's not who I am. But yes, that's definitely a part of the grief the game is getting. Even today, even all these years later. And you could sit there and think, well, if they've played for 7, 8 years, why don't they just stop playing until the game comes out? These are people that invested a lot more money than you in the game. They have vested interest in this game coming out a certain way. And when that doesn't happen, they feel like they're vested interest. It's just like people who paid $50 to get in now and are sour about because they're not getting whatever they want. These aren't $50 people. This is way more money than probably you guys have put into this game. These people expect stuff, and when it doesn't happen, people get sour. That's all I'll say. People are people. I'm a salesman. I've been a salesman for decades. I understand people. I understand everybody. It doesn't matter. I understand everybody. Early access, I can't speak for Visionary Realms. Obviously, I don't work, et cetera, whatever. But I can say this as someone who's been in sales for a very long time. Them going to Steam was a huge gamble. Huge gamble. This was not a rainbows and unicorns situation. They needed to get the game out to a larger audience. At the time, the only way to get the game was to go through the website. They needed a larger audience. They need the backing. They need more people. However, if you don't know, anytime a new game comes out on Steam, the trolls come out of their caves. They're like, they sniff the air, they sniff a new game, they're right to the keyboard. So the keyboard warriors and everything, they come out, they start posting all the nonsense. Now, people that actually pick up the game, play the game, and like the game will start putting positive posts. Other trolls will see those positive posts and counter them with negative posts that could be, in most cases, ignorant, meaning they don't have the information, but they're still going to type it anyways. Or some might play the game, realize they bought into something that's not their liking, maybe they weren't able to get their money back, and then they go on and make up stuff and post negative posts. Now, there can be negative posts that are constructive, legitimate, not crapping on the game. But if you go and look at the negative posts on Pantheon and spend an evening just going through looking at all the thumbs downs, read what they've typed. I've done that. I didn't need to do that. I shouldn't have done that. It's not my whatever, but I did that. A lot of the stuff is nonsense. A lot of the stuff is nonsense. If you go to Steam right now and look at the game, it's mostly positive. Like, go right now to Steam, look at Pantheon, and look over in the top right, and it'll say mostly positive. Recently, mostly positive. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Mostly positive. Visionary Realms hit it out of the park when they went to early access, but I guarantee you they were scared to do it because they could have suffered a whole avalanche of fecal matter, but they didn't. Now, I also think influencers and streamers, and I'm not saying me, but I do believe that influencers and streamers had a hand in leveraging or boosting the positivity of the game. Because when players were coming into the game and not doing everything, more focused on jumping into the world, killing stuff, getting levels, other people were branching out and doing the crafting, the exploring, the climbing. They talk about all the cool stuff in the game. Those people that have the narrow-minded leveling mentality, all of a sudden they go, wait a minute, this game has that? Oh, what's this? This game has this too? Oh, this game doesn't have this. Oh, this game's kind of cool. Then all of a sudden their negative opinion slowly starts to become positive. So I'm not saying at some point everybody's going to fall in love with the game. But again, the game right now is mostly positive on Steam. That's Steam. That's not even the last 9 years. That's just Steam. That's just the last 2 months. That's it. Just the last 2 months out of 10 years. VR has put up with a lot of grief over 9 years of struggle. They've had a lot of struggle. I know you guys don't know. They've had a lot of struggle getting to this point. The fact that they took the risk, took the jump, went to Steam was phenomenal for them. It was like I'm not going to say it was like a 1 in a million, but it was like Field of Dreams type stuff because it turned out for them to be very positive. So for this stuff to happen and people to start getting their panties in a twist and somebody running with it and making a mountain out of a molehill, that's par for the course. And I'm sure VR is aware of that. And I'm sure some at VR probably don't care. But they had to put out whatever post they did because they have to try and they have to try and stop the snowball from becoming an avalanche, right? So there's been things before. There'll be things after. Somebody just chose this situation to blow out of proportion. That's all. And I'm sure out of all the people that complained about this recently, whatever, this current drama, I'm sure some of them were trolls and just ran with it anyways. And those are really crappy people. They need to work on themselves. That's all I'll say. I shouldn't say that's all I'll say, because you guys know that I yap a lot, so I'm sure I'll have more to say. But the main point is the majority of the population is from early access, and the game is mostly positive. 1 + 1 = yay. So that's all you got to worry about. All you got to worry about. Mostly positive. Hey, Nate, what's going on? How you doing, man? I'm just harping. My buddy Chadrick here is helping me work on a quest, and we're trying to get a name to spawn. We've been here for about an hour. We've had 4 spawns of the placeholder. Oh, we have a rogue here now, Invis, probably wondering what we're doing here. And we're just waiting to kill the named. There was some drama. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but we were talking about some drama that happened in Pantheon. And I was just going on a rant as to why people shouldn't necessarily believe all the negative stuff. So, that's all. I'm not saying you got to think everything is positive. You don't. But the game is nowhere near as negative as people think it is. I heard from Redbeard Flynn that Pantheon finally entered EA on Steam. I knew about Pantheon from the beginning. Even went to the the Kickstarter. Thought about donating. Glad I didn't, but I'm also glad that everyone who paid in did that. For sure. For sure. We need more people. We need more people, man. We need more people to pick this game up and play it. I need to win the lottery so I can help these guys out. You better believe if I win the lottery, man, I'm helping VR out. I need this game to happen. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I mean, if I have to hire the people, I'll hire the people. I can't do the stuff. You went to Twitch, started poking around, decided to play. Grayson's waving. Let's wave. Oh, we can't wave over. Here, we'll wave. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that was you. I thought your tunes were all in the same account. If you win the lotto, fly me out to the USA. I'll help. Right on. Oh my word. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do multiple accounts. I can't. I'll lose my mind. Right, right. You can give him. Gotcha. I thought this was just somebody wondering what we were doing. You want him in the group? I can invite him in the group. Gotcha. Two birds, one stone sort of thing. What's going on, Nate? You at the gym? Keep going, my friend. I can hear you. I know it's probably distracting with you with the stream, but I can carry on multiple conversations. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, yeah. I I can talk a lot of times. I can talk a lot of times. But when I start going, it gets very difficult to stop. I saw a couple of posts on Reddit about higher level rogues kill stealing camps saying they're just following the rules. That doesn't make sense. Why would they be kill stealing camps? I love it. No boxing ever. No need for a second account. It ruins the community. Uber, I'm telling you, if they put follow in this game, I'm done. Follow is the only thing that will make me stop playing this game. Follow is the only thing because I won't use it, but everybody else will. Follow will ruin this game. Because then all of a sudden, people start grouping with alts. Oh, we got Drogue. Nice. Oh, what'd he drop? Oh, that's not great. Club on there. Yeah, club on there if you want it. I don't want it. It's only 6 damage. This one's got 6 damage, 1 strength. Now we go back and turn in. Fantastic. What did you need from him? We needed a map fragment. We're on a map fragment quest where we have to put a map together and the map's supposed to lead to treasure. So now that we have all the fragments, we're going to go back and turn it in and move on to the next step. Are we gonna need a group for that? Yeah, I don't either. I love having 900 hit points because I can just walk off most cliffs and survive. I feel like some folks will stop playing, and when Druid drops, they'll be right back. I'm worried about the people that are playing tunes now that will drop them for the Druid. Because then I'll have to wait because my friends list is going to change and I won't have people to call on when content comes in because they'll be leveling a Druid. Now, I get it. I'm expecting it. I just don't like it. That's all. I'm allowed to not like something. It'll be the same way with the Bard. Once the Bard comes in and all the rogues or everybody else, you know, switches over to Bards, again, my friends list is going to change because I'm not going to have the same people available. That's going to suck. Because then I got to wait for them to level up. Or... Right. That works. Because I can safely say I won't be playing a Druid or a Bard. So for me, don't care. All the hype, all the hounding everybody gives Joppa about the Druid and the Bard, when are they coming out? When are they coming out? Who cares? You found all the pieces. Let's put them together and see where this trail leads. A secret map. You found all the pieces. Let's see where this... Oh. Adventurer, this map. It points to a location in the depth of Mad Run. Some sort of ancient coffer is hidden there. Unfortunately, there are no further clues. You will have to search within the caves there. Look, Mad Run has a reputation for a reason. If you do venture there and find this coffer, I will help you open it. But only go if you are sure, and bring friends if you do. Powerful friends. Consecrated Shield. Holy Toledo. 13 armor, 2 stamina, 2 wisdom, 3 curse, 540 block rating, 33 block value. The block value is kind of low, but that's okay. Shield consecrated with the holy symbol. The shield has a chance to trigger a special effect when the wearer is struck. Interesting. Interesting. So now... Oh, it's a separate quest? Oh, it is. Retrieve the ruined coffer from Mad Run. Oh man, here we go. Mad Run. So, what do we do? Do I see if I can recruit anybody to come along on this? Actually, might not be anybody available. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's head over there first. We'll go in and test it and see what happens. And then if it looks like we might need more people, we'll try and grab more people. I'm bound at the HC Bindstone, so I just stuck out. And I'm naked. Oh, nope, here we go. That's a first. Excuse me, I've never Dude, this whole place rendered instantly. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look, we're up and running immediately. That is phenomenal. I usually have to wait for trees to pop in. It's Mad Run. You'll need a group, but 22 plus will be fine. Kill spiders in Mad Run tunnel. Go up a ramp and find a coffin thing. That I don't know. I can tell you this. I was told that at my level, I wouldn't aggro anything. But then I went into an entrance, and 2 spiders turned and looked at me, and it was a bad day. So, I don't know what people are talking about. 31. Oh, I'm going, yeah, I'm heading there now. You just go back to Demeth, and then as you're exiting Demeth, turn left. Okay, so face away from town. Yes. Yes, that's right. That's where you're going. Yeah, I rendered everything but my clothes. That was the weirdest thing. I can't believe I zoned in naked and then it put the armor on afterwards. But that's never happened before. Maybe the game thinks I can tank naked. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Had to take a shower. Climbing those mountains, man, worked up a sweat. Imagine the stink. No, I'm not there yet. I'm still 2 minutes away. So there's some of the dead trees there. Oh, is this you? Oh, that's you. Sorry if I've asked before, but are you going to roll a tune on the PvP server? That's a good question. We might roll a character to see what it's about, but I won't be spending a large amount of time there. My focus is going to be testing PvE. But I may jump over there. Okay, Room, you too, man. But yes, I've thought about trying it out, but I don't think it's going to take up any large amount of time. Excuse me, during early access. Now I have no idea where to go. I know the openings are this way. Just what? Climb? Okay, well that didn't work. Oh, I need to get to that there. A ledge. Gotcha. Oh, there's the witch. Okay. That's the witch over there. Oh, maybe that's not the witch. That looked like a silhouette of a body, but I guess I was wrong. That's the witch. Maybe? I don't know. That's not the witch. That shadow was interesting. There's Hangor. I don't know how I feel about the shine coming off these rocks. Why would these rocks be ice? Or shiny? That's odd, right? I don't think that's supposed to be shiny. Nowhere else but down. Does Krushnek die foolishly? To be determined. Okay, what are these spiders inside this entrance con you? Man, get up. Gray. Yeah, but don't you need this also? Yeah, but there's no sense in me going in without you. We're gonna have to find more people. Yeah, I'm typing now. Hmm. Right. Do you know, Nate, if this is the entrance we go into? I thought that was interesting that that spider was green. So that was high level. So whoever told me that I was cool to go in there at 30 or 31 was wrong. Greatly wrong. In the entrance, go up through the tunnel, follow it out, take the left path, and then one werewolf. But you'll need a party. Hmm, 20. Yeah, but 22 fighting level 29 mobs? That's not good. They're pretty much going to be useless. That's like that's like 7 levels of difficulty. Right, the mobs are going to be 29, they're 22. I mean, they get aggro. They're pretty much, I mean, they're pretty much they'd be drug along, but we would still need high 20s DPS. I wouldn't do enough DPS for 29 spiders. Right. 27 or 26. Be 3 levels below, right? Even, dark blue, light blue, green. So 3 levels below you. 26. I mean, it sounds like, I mean, if we go in here and everything in this tunnel is going to be 29, which I assume it will be, because if the door stuff is 29, everything past it's going to be 29. You're probably going to want at least 26, because 3 levels higher means they're going to be dark orange, which means anybody below 26 or even at 26 is still going to be, they're going to have a difficult time being effective, except for maybe heals and buffs. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Is the map update only one at a time and then you have to wait for the respawn? Yeah, but can everybody loot the chest at the same time? Oh, it's a 2-minute respawn. Okay, yeah, I was just told. It looks like it spawns every 2 minutes. I'm just gonna ask an OOC. We'll see if we can find anybody that's already in zone too. Man, we are not having much luck. I mean, it's kind of a rare quest to have people up to. Does he need the update? I don't even know where that is. Yes, I've grouped with him a couple of times. Hmm. Talk to you later, Crush. Gonna watch some Monster Hunter Wilds open beta stream. Oh, gotcha. No problem. Wait, they're in open beta. There's an open beta now? 2 weeks before launch? That's weird. Oh, it's for a game, Monster Hunter Wilds. It's a new Monster Hunter game. Squad-based animal beat 'em up. When I say squad-based, I mean team of four. You go out and hunt rare monsters and craft items and stuff, and then go kill stronger stuff and craft items and stuff, and then go kill stronger stuff. Might have to possibly hold off until we have maybe like tomorrow. Maybe there's more people tomorrow. Let me see what these con. I'm gonna get myself killed. We're gonna try this. Yeah. I'm gonna get myself killed. Oh god, I can't see in there. Nope. Nope. I'm stucking out. I'm stucking out. I'm stucking out. I am not aggroing man, the new darkness thing, I cannot see down that hallway. That is not gonna happen. Okay. Nope. We are not doing that Uber. Nope. Nope. We made a strategic withdrawal. It was not a retreat. It was a strategic withdrawal. I looked down that hallway and I saw what looked like a pair of green beady eyes, and I thought I saw a leg for something else, and then I saw two red beady eyes, and I was like, I'm not going near those beady eyes. I didn't have the flicker of a torch. That light was not bright enough. No sirree. Put the torch back in my hand. I like how far I can see now that I turn the clip plane up. I can see all the way over there from now. We couldn't do that before. We'd only be able to see, like, to there. Now I can see all the way over to the cliff. How do we feel? Yeah. How do we feel about stuck? For testing purposes, fantastic. For launch, it won't exist. There's no way. Only players who have quests can see it. It's in Viz for others. 2-minute repop. You went in yesterday. I stuck out because you actually can't see shit because of the new update. That's what I'm saying. The only parts you can see are where they've put glowy shards. Everywhere else is pitch black. Yes, that's exactly what I just said. That's what I saw. I'm getting out. I wasn't even risking it. Brave Sir Robin. Brave Sir Robin ran away. I didn't. Bravely ran away. I didn't. I haven't watched Monty Python in a long time. I should watch that again. You know, I have 5 different versions of Monty Python Quest for the Holy Grail. I have, like, all the versions that have come out on physical media. I have the VHS, I have the DVD, I have the Blu-ray, I have the special edition. I have another edition, I think. I can't remember what it's called. It's in, like, a gunmetal case type thing. I absolutely love that movie. Even though I said Usual Suspects was probably my favorite. But Monty Python Quest for the Holy Grail is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a flesh wound. No, it's not. Your arm's off. Or no, your arm's off. No, it's not. Have at you. Come back here. I'll bite your knees off. Yeah. 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 Right. What is the average, what was it? What is the average uh yeah, of a egg-laden swallow or something? He's like, swallow? European or whatever. And then Tim, that's it. Yeah, Tim goes, well, I don't know. And then Tim flies over the bridge. Yeah. Thou shalt count to thrice. Not once, not twice, but thrice. And then lob the holy hand grenade of Antioch. Monty Python is as epic as it gets. Yes, I agree. Life of Brian was pretty good, and The Meaning of Life was pretty good, but Quest for the Holy Grail takes the cake. Absolutely love it. Where was I going? I'm in Demeth now. Where are you at? No, stay at the HC Bindstone. Did you see that there was a raid thing in Discord? Did you see that? The sign up? I think it's on Discord, but I think there's a level requirement, I think. I think they want like 31 plus. You should. You should app. Flying Circus is basically a British SNL. Yes, it is. Yes. Flying Circus is pretty good. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? Know what I mean, eh? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? You guys ever watch Bazaar? Back in the day, Bazaar was phenomenal. I have the box set for Bazaar downstairs. I believe, yeah. If it's not Oosh, it's the Wyvern. But I thought it was Oosh. Wonder if I should sign up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. You see a group chat? I was cool. Was Bizarre Canadian? I always thought it was. That's where Super Dave came. Yes, Super Dave came from Saskatchewan? Manitoba? I don't remember. But yes, I believe it was Canadian by nature. It, it was fun. Man, it was funny. Super Dave Osborne, Fuji Hakahito. Sure, yeah. You give us something to do. I didn't mean to double key that up. Alright, that's good. What's the plan now? I think the plan now is to show you guys something new. I think that's the plan. Oh, I wouldn't... Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. I wouldn't bother doing that. That's crazy. That's almost 24/7 pager system. Oh, ledge. What are you doing, ledge? What are you doing on this ledge, ledge? Look at all the ledges on this ledge. There's so many ledges. Or ledge. So yeah, for those who don't know, I've known Ledge for quite a few months. I knew him long before early access. He was in Pantheon during seasons, and it was funny because in season 6, when I didn't know him. Now, when I say I knew him, I knew of him. We didn't know each other until early access, but all through season 6, no matter where I went, there were Legendus corpses everywhere. If I went outside of Avelia, there was a Legendus corpse. If I went to the well in Avelia, there was a Legendus corpse. If I went to the manor, there were 2 or 3 Legendus corpses. Dude left corpses everywhere, and I would mention it on stream every time, and it was almost every single day. You want to talk about testing? So anyways, season 6 ended. We had like 2.5 weeks until early access or whatever. Then early access started. I logged into the game day 1. He had corpses and I saw them and I thought, oh no, this dude's in early access too. And then I got to know him and he still had corpses everywhere and he still has corpses back here now, which I'm sure he only just left them probably within the last 24 to 48 hours. If there's one person who has dropped the most amount of corpses in this game on all of the servers, it's that guy. And I'm not exaggerating, and unless you have screenshots to show me somebody else, you're full of yourself, because he's the #1 corpse-ridden individual in the game. It is insane how many corpses he's left. I think he's left more corpses than earned points of experience. A lot of times, it's him jumping off a cliff by accident. And for those who don't know, you might say, well, how do you jump off a cliff by accident? Rangers have an ability, it's like an engage-disengage, where they can stay at ranged, jump in, do some melee to build up their ranged abilities, then jump back, pull out their range, and then start nuking with their ranged. The problem is, if you're here, and you're fighting a mob facing this direction, and you're not paying attention, and you hit disengage, guess where you jump? Yep, down there. There's no zone wall to stop you. Away you go. So, when you're a ranger, you have to pay attention and do sideways so that when you do jump back, you don't fall anywheres. But unfortunately, I think he gets too into the combat, and he gets too into rhythm, and he loses his situational awareness, and more often than not, winds off facing a cliff. And I can say this because if you go back to my VODs about a week and you take a look when we were at Hangor at the Seer camp, you'll know because you'll see North Tusk Seers. You'll see him jump off a cliff not once, not twice, but at least thrice. And the first time is probably the funniest moment of Pantheon since I started playing the game 2 years ago. because I burst out laughing when out of the corner of my eye, I just saw him go right off the side of the cliff. It was the funniest thing ever. I didn't even ask him if he just fell off a cliff. I burst out laughing, and then I asked him if he fell off a cliff, and he was quiet for a moment, and then he spoke up and said, "Oh, I didn't realize I was facing that direction." And I was like, my God, are you kidding me? And then like 20 minutes later, guess what happened? He did it again. And then 30 minutes after that, guess what happened? He did it again. I I can't even make it up. I can't even make it up. Just I okay, so this was the camp, okay? Where we were camped was on the other side of this tower. I'll show you. Right there, right where that group is. We were right there. I purposefully pulled everything to this wall and stood against the wall so that he had no choice but to jump backwards and whatnot. But he would move himself around the battlefield, and he evaded himself off the cliff 3 times. 3 times. Hilarious. Where do we go for that? You know where we're going? Not exactly. Oh, okay, yeah, right. It's in that cave? Yeah, I think we're going to show you guys something new. We have a thing in our Discord called Spotto. When you're in the wild, you see a corpse from Guildy, you screenshot it and post it. Spotto. Yeah, that's... Okay, I get it. That's a cool idea. We'd use up all the memory in the server with Legendist screenshots. And I'm not even trying to be funny. Nobody has left as many corpses as he has everywheres. Nobody. There's nobody in the game's history that's left as many corpses as he has. I tripped over his corpses all the time in Season 6 and didn't even know who he was. All the time. No matter what zone I went to, you found a Legendist corpse. Or 2. Or 3. Or 4. Or 5. Speaking of something new, Pantheon's climbing system is really cool. Yes, it is. It's actually how you find a lot of the game, and a lot of players, unfortunately, don't know that. Specifically the early access people. Us seasoned folk, we know. We've known for a long time. But a lot of players don't know that a lot of this game is built vertically. They're only thinking horizontally because of other games they've played. Oh, that's where the boars are, right? Okay. Perfect. Hey, Joppa, we need luck as a stat, right? Luck as a stat would be good. Okay, hang on a second, stream. Before everybody else shows up, I gotta take a quick AFK. I'm gonna grab a drink and bio, and we'll be right back. We'll continue, and hopefully we'll have something new to show you. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, stream, we're back. Took a minute. Okay. 30. Okay, gotcha. What's this? If you're going to throw Druid and Bard in without charisma and luck. Oh, gotcha. People will quit the game. It's boring, nothing to do, no new kits. We need more. A lot of 40s out there. That's true. I don't know, man. I have no idea. When the Druid and the Bard come in, it's gonna change servers. Well, I'll tell you right now, with the new light system, those tunnels are virtually dark as shit. I just tried to go in there tonight, and it's a nightmare. I I got I got through the first section. I turned the corner to go down the rest of the tunnel. I saw what I thought was a pair of eyes, and then I think I saw another pair of eyes, but I wasn't sure. And none of the walls were glinting, and I was like, okay, I'm out of here. Like maybe a lantern and I just got through telling my stream, like, I'm telling yous, I didn't know who he was, but I knew him from Season 6 before Early Access. And I couldn't trip over one of his corpses without tripping over one of his corpses. He left them all through Season 6. I'm not exaggerating. If I logged into Avelia, he had corpses at the well. If I left Avelia, he had corpses up by the skeletons and corpses up by the first bandits. If I went to Manor, he had corpses in 4 or 5 different places in the Manor. If I jumped over to Halnir's, he had corpses in the fields in AVP, he had corpses in Demeth by the bank, and he had corpses over... Like, I never saw him alive. Like, I never saw him alive. I'm not kidding. I never saw his character alive. All I saw were corpses. He was like a myth. I wish I wasn't making, or I wish I was making this up. And then I came into early access on this particular server, and I started seeing his corpses again, and I thought, oh no, he's here. I was like, this dude is haunting me. He's already in. Do. I can't wait. This is going to be new to me. I haven't done this encounter yet. Oh, really? That seems like too often. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna leave it as a... Oh my god, that person was so loud. We got a whole crew for this. What? Okay. 3. I don't like that I can't interrupt Flurry. Can we still interrupt Ravage? I don't even know. So Omega has the spear too, so that's the fourth person I've seen. There's the two-hander there. It doesn't have the proc, but it has really high damage. I've got, yeah, I picked up Shazam. I'll get Andro. So we are going after a boss known as the White Wyvern. It used to be known as the Crystalline Wyvern, I believe. Or Wyvern, however you want to pronounce it. I've always said Wyvern, but a lot of people say Wyvern. That was a weird flash. I crashed 3 times last night. I'm not able to get groups because Dire Lord can't wear plate. Light plate, please, or heavy chain. You should be able to get... I mean, there's a reason Dire Lords can't wear plate. Dire Lords are fantastic tanks. That's people just being crappy players. They need to fix parry. Oh, is parry not working properly? You didn't, but I'm gonna hope. Did I crash tonight, chat? I relogged once, right? I think I had one crash. Ooh, there he is. The White Wyvern, or Wyvern. Ooh hoo hoo. We're gonna see some new stuff now. I'm excited. I'm excited. There's a new boss. I'm excited. That's not what I meant. I meant to use that. Bum 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 bum. Yes, here's hoping, Rory. Here's hoping. Let's see what happens. About time we had something new to show. Oh, look at all the debuffs we put on him. I can't interrupt any of this stuff. Yo, we got this, we got this, we got this. Nice. It dropped a monk only belt with 27 haste on it. There's a bunch of other stats. I forget what he said, but that's crazy. He's got 15% haste. That was crazy. So there you go. That was the White Wyvern, or the White Wyvern, however you want to pronounce it. Everybody did what they wanted, or what they had to do, which was great. I'm going to say this, guys. You're going to want to tune in tomorrow. I'm going to say this. You're going to want to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow evening. We might have to go live a couple hours early. But you're going to want to tune in tomorrow. We might have some pretty cool content tomorrow, too. Tomorrow is going to be pretty cool. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be good. It's going to be fun, but you're going to want to tune in tomorrow. Yeah, I got 3 bones. That is a great piece. Let me see if they linked. They might have linked. Might have linked the loot. Oh, not yet. It looks like. It was like +2 this, +2 that, 27 haste. Can we do another... Can we do another couple hours, I wonder? I don't know. I'd like to be able to try and check back on this guy. Okay, well, that was that. I can't stand this climb. Climbing thing. I didn't know. Where'd you go, Chadwick? Did you climb up? You got up? Oh, you stuck out. Okay, gotcha. I'll do the same. Okay, man, no worries. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Thanks for helping with the quest. We'll see about getting that done maybe tomorrow. Oh, now Helners has a portal. What's going on here? Oh no. No, I'm out. We're gonna do some running around. I want to see if I can run through here now that I'm 32. Okay, what is with this zoning naked now? Oh, I think I just crashed. I think I just crashed. Everybody's naked. Why is everybody naked? everybody's zoned in naked, and then I crash. What is going on? What in the frijoles is going on? We crashed. Wonder why they put a portal there. I guess the question is there going to be a portal graphic on the inside now too? Okay. Thank you. Close. Cancel. We'll give it a minute. It's going to register us as still in game. I did something really foolish and made a large container of hot chocolate. It's winter and it's cold. I didn't drink hot chocolate last year at all. This year, we're changing it up. I was gifted 3 large containers from 3 different people who didn't realize that I didn't drink the stuff. And now I got to try and get through it before it goes bad or stale or what have you. And I know I got to get through it before the spring, because if I don't get through it before the spring, it's not getting got. All right, we should be good to go back in, I think. Oh, maybe not. Oh, we're still crashed. We're still crashed. Well, nuts. All right, we got to wait a little bit longer. Guys, want to see what I'm working on? This is what I'm recording, and we're on chapter 8 right now. It's about how to bring your real life experiences as a teacher or an educator into your classroom. It's a pretty interesting book. Promoting environmental awareness through passion projects. That'll be our 7th book. I think I'll get a couple more books in, and then I think I'll start advertising it all. Trying to get my name out there. All right, let's try this again. There we go. Yeah, see, so here's our paladin that we're going to be playing. Here's a necro we started messing around with. This is not Krushnek's Dire Lord. Here's Namaste. And then this was the Dwarven Paladin. I was trying to figure out which Paladin I wanted to play, human or Dwarf. I think I'm going to settle on Dwarf. I think. Yeah, I think we're going to settle on Dwarf. They got to fix that pink gray box or whatever that's happening. See that? Between characters? That started with the update. I mean, it's not a big deal. Okay, let's see how far we can go without tripping. Aw, princess. Ah. Yo, Halnir's looks cleaner. These crystals look cleaner, too. I haven't been in here since the update. We already have that. Forgotten Explorer's backpack. Hello. The backpack of a Forgotten Explorer. We already have 10 slots, though. No weight reduction or anything, is it? No. Ah, we'll give that over to another tune. There's way less lag in here. Oh, poor bodies. Yeah, that looks cleaner and brighter. Hey, Cody, how do you make iron? You have to harvest the tier 3 minerals. So you need hadrium or I think slitherol. Hadrium is typically your best chance. You'll harvest padrium, which are large blue nodes, like these green crystals but blue, and then you'll smelt them down into iron lumps. All these corpses. Holy Toledo. A new corpse just showed up. I'm in the safe room by the ghosts and Halnirs, and there's like 30 corpses here. All these corpses. This can be a tough place. I'm not going to say how. You guys got to figure it out. But it can be a tough place. Combat log is running, so somebody's down here. Keld. Uh-oh. Is that Keld from chat? Poor Keld. I think that's Keld. That's a big whoops. Okay, they're all gray. We are down here for a reason, chat. We are looking for a ground spawn. Okay. Oh. Don't want to aggro those guys. This is not exciting, chat. This is not exciting, just letting you know. We're going to be here for a bit. We're not going to be here for too long. I'm going to sit here for a bit since I'm free. We're going to see if this ground spawn spawns because it's very difficult to come across, and I don't get down here too often. Anybody have any exciting plans for the weekend? Anybody doing anything? I'm going to try and finish recording this book so I don't have to worry about it next week. I have a feeling the author's going to send me another one, I think. The last 3 I've done were for this publishing company. We'll see what happens. It's not bad. It takes time. I gotta find a better placement for the mic, too. I gotta try and get it in front of me so that when I'm looking at you guys in chat, I don't fade off. The mic is great here on the side, but when I turn my head, everything gets a little quieter. I don't want to aggro these guys. They'll kill me. I'm guessing this section of tiled floor looks to be unique, so I'm guessing if it spawns, it'll spawn here. I'm guessing we're probably looking for a little bag icon, I would think. I guess I'm gonna have to look over here just in case. Or maybe here? This is unique. There's no other place in this room that has the red tile. Like, there's that tile there, but that's blue. And that's blue. Because of the torches. This one's red. I answered you on the iron, right, Cody? I think I answered you. I did. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Now, don't necessarily turn all your iron lumps into standard iron. If you can get a hold of an alchemist and you can get a hold of blood temper, which is the tier 3 alchemy weapon temper, you can turn iron into blood iron. And blood iron is the rare version of the ore. I think it's 3 lumps in the temper. I think. Or is it the bar in the temper? No, I think it's 3 lumps in the temper. Or maybe 4 lumps in the temper. But you'll need the most important ingredient for the temper is going to be the glimwort mushrooms, which only spawn down here. Why is it better? So, if you craft the tier 3 looted schematics, you typically get like +3 to your item. So, for example, we have the Adjutant's Blood Iron Spalders. Normally, it would be the Adjutant's Iron Spalders, and it would be 3 to strength. But because we used the rare version of the ore, we got 4 to strength instead of 3. So it gives you 1 extra point on your stat, in this case, strength. So that's why rare is better. You might say, oh, yeah, but it's only 1 point. That 1 point matters right now. Hey, Nate. Yeah. I think this is where I'm supposed to be looking for it. We fought that raid boss. Were you here for the raid boss, Nate? You might not have been here for the raid boss. We showed off the raid boss, the white wyvern or wyvern, and then the raid split off to do other stuff. So I wasn't grouped at the moment, so I decided I'd come down here and look for the feather. How far into the stream are we? 5 hours. So if you were to go, you're on the floor. So if you were to go to this VOD at the 4.5 hour mark or 4 hour mark, just after that, you should see us go into an ice cave. That's where we set up for the White Wyvern if you want to check it out. It dropped a monk-only haste belt, which is really nice. What am I getting in here? I'm getting a ground spawn that gives you a feather. The feather is part of a quest line. I don't think anybody in the game has completed it yet, and I'm not even sure if the completed quest is in-game. But apparently there are a series of feathers that you have to gather. This is the first one. But it's a very difficult spawn to get. Should spawn at night around 10 p.m.? Really? What time is it? 1 p.m. Oh god, that's 40 minutes. Well, if I get up and leave, somebody else comes in. And if I don't get up and leave, we're sitting on our butt for 40 minutes. Oh, it's under the rock? Wait, so it spawns here? I don't think I can stand here because of that guy, right? Nobody walks through, right? He walks back this way. So can I stand over here then? Oh, maybe I can. Those guys don't move. So I should be good here. I just don't want to aggro anything. Okay. So we sit and wait. Sorry, guys. You guys are probably going to go to sleep. I understand. Camping this stuff is not exciting. Although, if you want to chat, we could do that. You know, I'm intrigued. Thinking of Mad Run, when Mad Run first opened on early access about a month ago or what have you, people were talking about having crawled through the dungeon for like a couple of hours, and the only boss they came to was level 23. Thought that was interesting because those spiders in the doorway that we were at earlier this evening are 29. Sorry, 27. So I'm kind of intrigued as to where the other people went, where they crawled for 2 hours and only saw 23, but there's clearly 27 up in that main entrance. I'm curious because I'm wondering what names they didn't see. Does Blood Iron only work on tier 3? Yes, it's only tier 3. Yes, tier 3 schematics would be 6. I think they're 66 now. So I think tier 3 is 66. I'm not sure if there are 72 schematics. I think they dropped them down a bit a couple weeks ago. 62 plus. There you go. 62 plus. Yeah, we have what? We're at 82 right now. So as far as weaponsmithing goes, we could do it all. I gotta look at the new harvesting tools. Apparently I can craft harvesting tools with 32 effectiveness, which is interesting. I didn't go looking at the recipes. I think we can buy them off the merchant. Almost 1,000 hit points with no buffs. That's pretty good. Dire Lord was telling me at level 40 they have 1,600 hit points. I believe that's fully buffed. Do you craft your gear or buy? I craft or loot it. I pretty much haven't bought any weapons. I chose weaponsmithing. My two trade skills are weaponsmithing and alchemy. I chose the alchemy because alchemy makes the tempers that allows you to imbue the weapons. So I'm a weaponsmith. The problem is I don't have any tier 3 schematics. All the tier 3 schematics for the final item are droppable in these boxes all throughout the world. So you can't buy the recipes on the merchant. So I'm stuck at the moment. Because I never get the opportunity to solo explore as a warrior and pick up the boxes. And whenever I'm in a group and a weapon schematic drops, someone else is magically a weaponsmith and ends up keeping the schematic. So I think I have one hammer recipe and that's it. Actually, yeah, great mace, two-handed. The Iron Captain's War Maul. 20 damage, 3 to stamina, 2 to dex. Warrior, Cleric, Paladin. Now that's the Iron Captain. I could have probably made it with Blood Iron, and that would have come out maybe at +4 stamina, but I'm not 100% certain. I haven't tried that recipe with Blood Iron, though I might. Do I have anything here that was made with Blood Iron? No. No. Yeah, pretty much sitting best in slot right now for most of our gear. Still no earrings, but that's okay. But pretty much best in slot. How many people are in here? One group's worth. Okay. 29. Who were you grouped with? Level 20s? That's a bad XP split. We might dabble around on the Paladin tomorrow, depending on what we can do earlier with the Warrior, but I think we might mess around with the Paladin. Finding the dust is annoying? Yes, it is. The dust you typically find from harvesting. You may find a couple dust on bodies. You typically find runes on bodies. I wish I knew what the schematic does before crafting. So do a lot of people. So do a lot of people. I know a couple of armor smiths who have a lot of tier 3 recipes, and they've only made a handful of them because they don't know what they make. But you have to make them in order to figure out what they make. My understanding is, I believe there are anywhere from 10 to 12 different sets of armor. I don't know if that's per tier. I'm assuming it's per tier. There's a lot of them. But you have to craft them in order to find out what they do. You could find Strength Con, Strength Wiz, Strength Dex, Dex Con. But you have to craft them and make notes. I'm sure people will have spreadsheets of this stuff. I would have written the stuff down, but again, like I said, I don't have any recipes. I just have the one war mall, and that's it. My bag is full, and this is mostly all tier 3 stuff. Blades, handles, hilts, pommels. $60, $60, $66. Yeah, see? A lot of tier 3 stuff. Standard poleaxe, that's tier 3. Crafting weapons are still tier 1. Actually, we could probably get rid of these. Simple harvesting we don't need. Simple pickaxe we don't need. Simple skinning knife we don't need. Did we already get rid of the other one? I don't know why we have these legs. That was silly of me. No, I guess that's it. That's all the harvesting tools. So that gives us 4 spots free. That's for the new harvesting tools. Okay. Where'd that guy go? He must have walked over here. Waiting on that spawn. Trying not to get killed. Yeah, our lighting hasn't acted up at all. That's awesome. I'm glad they fixed this. Oh, I can see other people's saves now. They're above us. 4 p.m. We got 20 minutes. You guys don't think that's too often? Oh yeah, I'm sitting at the Halnir's feather spawn hoping to get the feather. I have no idea. Nobody's been able to tell me. Is there a quest dialogue? Like when you turned in the first feather, did you get quest dialogue in your journal? But you can't click that one, so you have no idea where that one goes? Uh, I'm going to see if I can get a hold of a couple of people that are doing internal stuff for these guys and see if I can find the info. Come on, feather. Let me go through the official form for a second. I was reading up on all that mess that happened over the last couple days. Yo, that's the CEO. Dude, I think the CEO follows me. That's pretty cool. No items can be transferred from the test environment to production. Yeah, okay, we already do that. People started joking that the gym magically made it happen. Oh, interesting. We have a shadow audit system that tracks every item that is created in the game, including items created by GMs. Huh, that's cool. That's fantastic for figuring out dupers and exploits and whatnot. If an alarm goes off every time an item spawns that shouldn't be in sequence, that's pretty cool. I wish other games had that. Joppa did mention you in his stream a few streams ago. Really? Dude, cool. Fantastic. I'm flattered. He probably saw me as one of the few that was streaming. He raided me like 3 weeks ago. That's how a lot of you guys wound up here. 6 p.m. game time. What do I do for work? I help keep the banks open. I do, I guess you could call it financial security. Well, let's call it data validation. I review a lot of financial transactions and make sure that they're legit. And if they are not, I take appropriate action. It's not fancy, but I've been doing it for a long time. I'm really good at the job. It's a job that I can't lose. Like, they'd never fire me. I'd have to get up and leave. So I have job security in that respect. And where they're tied to the bank, banks aren't going out of business up here anytime soon. So it's a job. I wish I was doing something different. I do. I've been trying to branch out. The job, what's the phrase I want to use here? The trying to find jobs that are at your level or higher is very, very difficult around here. So I've been trying to branch out into other things. So I've been trying to stick with the streaming to see where that goes. I also do voiceover and narration, audiobook narration I've been doing. I'm working on my 7th book now. I think I'm going to get maybe 10 in, and then I'll start advertising more. So that's about it. It's not glamorous, it's not fancy, it's just a job. But I help keep the banks open. Wonder if I should clip out that raid fight. I might clip out that raid fight and make it a highlight. That way people can check it out. Is it hybrid or remote? It was hybrid during COVID. So 2020 to 2022, I would say. And then since 23, it's been in office. Some higher ups at my work are working from home because they're not necessarily needed in person on site. I have a number of security clearances for government work. I have to be there. I'm what's considered critical service. Look at that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Faintly glowing feather. Upon closer inspection, the feather is glowing with a natural magic. Perhaps there is someone with the knowledge to lend deeper insight. I don't know who that would be. Okay, let's see if we can get some mushrooms while we're down here. I might die here. There's a good chance I'm gonna die here. I almost jumped right on top of that crypt fiend. That would have been no bueno. Why is there no mushrooms anywheres? How am I down in Halnirs and there's absolutely no mushrooms anywheres? What's going on here? You bugger. Frig you. There's not a single spawn here. The only person down here is me. I'm down in where you break in with the crypt fiends. Ah, here we go. Now these guys are all gray to me, right? Just tell me these guys are all gray to me. Gray, 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 gray. Can't see the rest. Fantastic. Fantastic. Huh, what's down there? I don't even know if I want to go down there. I don't think I do. This is how we make our tier 3 temper, people, so this is very important. You want me to spoil it for you or not? Spoil what? Oh, the feather? No, please, by all means, let me know. Who do I go to? If it's in AVP, that much I know. Was probably in town. Now, question is, if we looted those, do they spawn with the golems? Come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is he detecting? Gray. 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 Why did they detect? Gray. Gray. Green. Okay, so... the first person that turns towards me, I'm getting out of here. I don't see any mushrooms down there. Can't target that guy. There wouldn't be any over there. Did we go back up? I guess we go back up. Did they move again? They did. They're gray, though. Too early, too early, too early, too early, too early. Perfect. Oh, yikes. I don't know where you walk. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. Sandwich. You don't move. That guy moves, though. Right there. We gotta see if that guy... Oh, that guy walks there. So can we stand there and harvest? I don't know. Supply crate right there. Alright, I need you to walk off. Now, do you walk up here? You do walk up here. You walk right there. So we can go there. And then there. And then pick that up. And I don't know what we looted. No mushroom over there. Silvery's one of our guildies. I think they've been... They're somewheres in Hangor. How do you smelt slithral ore? You have to pick up the recipe from your, from one of the vendors called Iron Alloys, I believe. Not smelt iron. Iron Alloys. Alloys. It'll be on the merchant. I don't like that roamer. Oh. Mushroom right there. We're not getting that. There's one right there. Road portal at night in AVP near the reindeer animal dude. Oh, I never thought about that. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, you're right. That could be a druid point. Fade cloth, heavy plate, 2 armor, 2 charisma, 3 magic resistance, 18 dodge rating, 1 strength, 1 stamina, 1 con. I would lose key stats to put that on. We'll put that on one of the other tunes. Spellbinder's Hood. That's tier 3. Nothing up there. That's too high of a climb. That's the way up behind. Please don't aggro me here in the corner. What's back here? Nothing. Can we climb this? No. Can we climb this? Yes. Probably going to get us killed. This is definitely going to get us killed. Yep. Gonna get us killed. That almost got us aggro. You need to move. Never mind, I'll move. Thank you. Wasn't me. I'm respectful of the tanks. The thing is, once you establish whatever your shit is, we can only spike it off and then it goes back to you like 4 seconds later. Feather's up again if anybody needs it. I don't know why it's up so quick, but it's up again. Come get it if you're on the server. I can always come back later for more of this stuff. I don't need to loot too much of it now. I'm leaving Halnir's, but just to let you guys know right now, the feather is up if anybody needs it. 9 p.m. So we have to go... Ooh. It is nighttime. Okay. Ooh, it's fog, too. Look at that. Where's the cliff face? I have no idea where I'm running. I thought we were approaching the cliff face. Okay, that's... I'm up on the... Okay. What's the purple? Is that the Undead Ruins? Oh, that is the Undead Ruins. Hey, right on. We got closer than I thought. Wasn't even paying attention. I need to get lost more often. Man, that is brighter than usual. You guys been by an Undead Ruin since the update? Man, that is wild. Yeah. Yeah, they're on like steroids. Yeah. That was crazy. Okay, the deer at night. The deer is past the Undead Ruins, right? Should be over here. Oh, it's daytime. Well, bummer. What time of day is it? 6 a.m. It is not here. Am I at a different ruin? No. It's back. What do you mean? Oh, that's a bummer. Who's quit? Who has stopped playing their tank? Okay, fair. Is it this place, Nate? I'm here for now. I haven't said I was going anywhere else. I gotta play a paladin and a dire lord still. I gotta do all three tanks. Well, if it's 6 a.m. and we gotta wait for nighttime, let's go to town and smelt this stuff and see if we can make any of the temper. Yo, killing that raid boss tonight was great. I didn't think I'd get to do it. Where's the road? Oh, we have to keep going back. Duh. I forgot, the ruins are over there. So we gotta backtrack. Town's over here. Too bad we couldn't have got a weapon schematic. I would try and make it. Excuse me. If you turn down shadows, it will make the game a little brighter. Yes, that's correct. We were messing with that earlier. I just decided I'd challenge myself and keep the shadows up. So you're probably going to hear me whine about it, even though I'm in full control of changing it, but you're probably going to hear me whine about it. Wait a minute. Am I back at Halnir's? I am back at Halnir's. I do not know my way around. That's the walled off village down there, right? I think. I like how far we can see now. Man, I feel like this is the long way. Okay, now we need to see how much we have on us. Okay. I think that's what I need. Uh, oh, I need flux? I don't use blood, right? I think I need flux. Oh, actually, while we're here, weaponsmith, novice, so we need, what was it? Standard, right? Standard woodcutting hatchet, 60. Standard, standard, standard. Oh, that was a sword. Whoops. Skinning knife, hatchet, sickle, pickaxe. That's what I needed. Pickaxe, sickle, skinning, axe. Okay, so we can make those now. I bought that standard sword blade. Do we not have that already? Eh. Okay, what'd I say I was missing? Flux, right? Right. Flux requires rock salt. Now, let me make sure. I might not have the right... Ah, I do. Blood temper. Alright, so 353. Okay, so we only have 5 flux, so we need 1, 2, then oil. No. Improved. Whoops. Okay, so we only made 9. That's unfortunate. We need a lot more than 9. I gotta see what else I have in the bank. So it takes 3, so we can make 8 more? We can make 8 more. Would you guys know, is there any place outside of Halnir's where you get the spectral essences? Manor, okay. We have that. So rock salt and water we have to make the flux, but we only need 1 more combine. We do that, that, and that. What did we just run out of? Sulfur. Running out of sulfur too. Okay. Need more flux. Okay. And we're out of mushrooms, so we made 17. So I'm being buffed. We have we have a lot of acuity. Actually, we don't do that. So there's iron and there's blood iron. So we have 4 blood iron, 7 regular iron. Yeah, chunk of glittering slitherol ore, lump of iron. Okay, those are broken down. Now we go to iron alloy. Ah, we need coal. That's why we're holding on to coal. Blood iron. Nice, we got a stack. Okay, now. I want to see the Iron Captain's War Maul. I want to see if I can make that with blood iron. Oh, no. Specific items. Okay. Never mind. Myrmidon's Heavy Lance. What level's this? Scale glue and cladding? Scale glue and cladding. Tier 3? We don't have that made. Myrmidon's Heavy Lance. Should we try this? Might Ruined Pikehead. Might Ruined Pikehead. Iron bar would swap out for blood iron. Rough grinding stone. Dust of might. Moonseed oil. Moonseed. Rough. Celestium. Moonseed rough celestium. I gotta remember. Moonseed rough celestium. Moonseed rough celestium might, right? Might. Okay. When did I get that heavy lance recipe? Well, might ruined iron pikehead. So instead of iron bar, we're going to substitute blood iron. Might ruined blood iron pikehead. So we're going to go ahead and craft this. That made a new item. +4 to strength, which is fantastic. And now we're going to go to the recipe again. I've never made this. Precision ruined large weapon haft. Large weapon haft. Where's the large weapon? Weapon hilt. Weapon haft. Precision ruined Where's the large? Large weapon haft. Precision ruined. We don't have precision ruined? We don't have precision ruined. Precision ruined large weapon haft. Precision ruined. Can you guys remember that? Precision ruined. Precision ruined large weapon haft. Precision ruined. No hafts there. Precision ruined large weapon haft. Precision ruined large weapon haft. Precision ruined large weapon haft. Precision. Large precision. No. Large precision ruined. That's it. We already have one. Large precision ruined weapon haft. Well, if it says we have one. I didn't see it in the list. Large precision ruined weapon haft. Large precision ruined weapon. Oh, okay, I did have it. Oh, I was looking for precision ruined and not large. My bad. So we need Celestium dust. Oh, say dust of precision, cured leather strips. Precision. Okay, so we go to make this, but then we substitute for blood iron. That works, okay. We craft this. .20 hit rating, okay. So then we go to the combine. Scale glue. Cladding. Oh, cladding. Ooh. Blood iron bar and glue. I don't know which glue it is. Now, does that have stats? No. Scale glue. Alright, let's see what we got here. 4 strength, 20 hit rating. Blood Iron Myrmidon's heavy weapon. Alright, here we go. Everything is blood iron. It's gonna come out probably awful. Spear weapon. One hand? Main hand long spear. One hand short spear. It is two-handed. Oh, boo. Warrior, rogue, ranger, shaman. We'll save it for a rogue, I guess. I thought that'd be worthwhile. Did I stumble across any other? Battle Priest, that's no. Bruise Crusher's low level. War Maul we already have. Footman's Lance, I think is too low. Yeah, it's novice. Heavy Great Swords, too low. Myrmidon's Heavy Lance, and that's it. Okay. So, let's look at the harvesting materials, or the gathering tools. Standard. Standard sickle blade, standard haft, simple pommel weight. Standard sickle blade. Standard tool haft. Cured leather strips, we need 2 more. Standard tool haft, standard tool haft, standard tool haft, standard tool haft. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Can we use blood iron? Interesting. What does this do? Oh, nothing. Wait, that's not blood iron. Where's the blood iron? Right there. Nothing. Okay, so that was a bust. So now we need simple pommel weight, simple pommel weight, simple pommel weight. Where's the simple pommel weight? We need 4 cured, 4 simple. 4 cured, 4 simple. Alright, that's the 4 pommels. So now we need the standard heads. Standard hatchet blade. We need more iron. Okay, those are the bars. That was weird. Alright, standard iron hatchet blade. Standard knife blade. Oh, we're gonna be short. Standard pickaxe. And then it was after pickaxe, right? Standard sickle. Okay, so we have 4 of everything, I believe. Oh. So we need 4 scale glue. 4 scale glue. Hey, Rod, what's happening? How you doing, man? We're getting ready to craft the new Tier 3 harvesting tools. Here's the first one. Here's the second one. Here's the third one. Here's the fourth one. So we have 28, 24, 28, 21, and we're upgrading to 31. Wait. 31, 32, 32, 32. Interesting. I don't know why the wood axe is 1 point lower. Is that a typo? Mistake? Alright, doesn't matter. Anyways. Then we'll save these and give these over to probably the paladin. Hmm. Yeah, that'll work there. Okay, that works. That works. Dark Metal Mall. We have that to go to somebody. We'll put it there for now. We can close that, move these. Oh, we already had a stack of 20. Okay, runes are there. That's already got a stack. We don't have a second one. That one doesn't have a second stack. And we don't have room. So I guess we'll throw that out for now. Okay. We already have this, so we don't need that. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's not fine, but we gotta make it fine. Okay. So we're good there. Just got done grinding in the new dungeon. Right on. Last few days we've been doing it with the monk as a tank. Today we finally had a real tank and it was so much easier. Well, I should say we have been making monk tank and Hangor and the werewolves. Yeah. Well, that's cool that you had a tank. Did you get any names to spawn in the knoll in the werewolf place? We didn't have much luck yesterday. Oh, you did get some. Did they drop anything worthwhile? I'm guessing this stuff is probably a little bit weaker than Hangor, is it? Killed Razorfang twice? Hmm. Food is kind of where it is. Oh, water's here, but food is not? Okay. Actually, let me take a look at this guy. No, we have everything. Yeah. I think we're good there. Oh, I never checked the time. What time is it? 3 p.m. Talking spears. I think Andril had the first one, and then like the next day I got the second one. Oh, actually, I can just stuck and run, right? We need nighttime this way. We haven't gotten into Deep Hangor, but Razorfang dropped 2 wisdom, 2 int cloak. Has anybody managed to kill Razorfang in the new zone, in the knoll? Did you guys get the cloak off of him? Okay, I was gonna say someone was just telling me that they got a 2 wisdom, 2 int cloak, and then a 3 strength, 25 hit point belt. Oh, 15 hit points. So now we gotta wait for nighttime. This has been good. We've got a few things done tonight. I'm alright with that. If we have the people, tomorrow evening should be fun, if we have the people. What was that? That might have been, hang on, let me see. 19. What game time is it? 4 p.m. Got about 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Funny. Mm. We're waiting, I believe, for an NPC to spawn. Then we have to do a quest turn in. Oh no. Is the PlayStation Network down? IGN's reporting the PlayStation Network's down. Anybody know if the PlayStation Network is still down? That's unfortunate. So there are 5 of us now with the spear. So we're up to 5. Anything down here? No? The water looks pretty cool. $88 of 99. Oh, turning the night. Guardians lit up. $6 p.m. Hey Solus, what's happening? We are 32.3. Druid portal at night. Is this not the Druid portal? Was the turn-in not here? Hey Nate, any chance you're still here? Said to come to the druid portal near the reindeer dude. That's the reindeer dude. Where's the druid portal? Hmm. Seven p.m. I don't know where to go to find this person. I was told to find the druid portal near the reindeer dude. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I found the reindeer mob. Is it near the reindeer mob? Okay. They say he spawns by the tree. I'm guessing... Saw the... Is it this tree? Or this tree? Oh, here we go. Hey, Eldrin. Magical feather. Interesting that you found me here and you've brought a feather no less. Well, let me have a look. Oh, it's broken. Everything's scrolled up. Complete. Ancient griffin feather. No quest entry. Magical feather to an ancient griffin. No right click. The magical feather of an ancient griffin. I do not know. What if we talk to him again? Nothing. Okay, now what if we talk to the deer? Probably nothing, right? Nope. Nope. We have a feather, no quest. No idea what to do with it. Would we conclude the game is broken? Would we conclude there are 4 other ground spawns to find? And then come back and talk to this guy? Do we go fight ancient griffins? Oh, he got the corpse bug, I'm guessing. Now, are we gonna crash again when we zone in? Don't crash again. Don't crash again. Well, I guess it's not really gonna matter. Oh my lord, it's 20 after 3? Oh, yikes. Oh, all these poor people. They all got hit with the corpse bug. Alright, stream. That's gonna be it for me for this evening. I gotta get to bed. I didn't realize it was 3 a.m. Those of you that are still here, who was that? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to take off for the evening. We should be back tomorrow. We're going to try and do a bit of an earlier start, I think, because we might have something planned for tomorrow evening that should be pretty fun. Might be pretty hectic, and we might see something new. Who knows? I recommend you jump back. Anyhow, you guys have a good night. We hope to see you in the next stream. Take care.